give way. I saw the member for Tabakeet. I saw the member for Tabakeet. Member for Tabakeet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in this debate, which I think is a very important one in the context that it gives us an opportunity to examine whether policies like those that are advocated in this bill have the impact or will have the kinds of impact that we expect them to have upon the national population and the economy. I want to start with a point that was raised by the Honorable Attorney General and the member for San Fernando West, in which he made reference to the GDP. And it is very much fashionable to talk about GDP and to speak about it as a measure of a country's progress or lack of progress, or whether the country is advancing economically and so on. And as we know, statistics tell one side of the story. But the Honorable Attorney General said that, about 27% of the economy is now energy-based, and therefore, by extension, 73% non-energy based. And he was making the point that the non-energy sector is contributing more to the economy than the energy sector. But be that as it may, and whatever the statistics might be, and whatever might be an analysis of GDP, I think there is something more important to ask. And it is this. Whatever the GDP might be, I think you have to look at asking some other questions. For example, do people have food? Do they have affordable shelter? Do they have jobs? Sustainable jobs? Do they have good health care? And I think that's the measure that I would like to look at. Not just the word GDP and what GDP is saying. Because, Madam Speaker, just before I came to Parliament today, the Honourable Minister of Social Development gave us some cards to distribute to our constituents, 100 cards each. And there were three instances that moved me very much today. Incident number one is where, Madam Speaker, the recipient of the card didn't have money to travel to come to the office to collect her card. Can you imagine that? She all year long, she's waiting for this card that gives her $510, but she didn't have the money to come. Incident number two is another lady, and she couldn't get to the office because she has a mental problem, and there was no one to bring her. And incident number three is where a woman who lost her husband 4 months ago and have several children to take care of, she came, her name was not on the list, because she had no food to supply her children from yesterday. I wrote a check and gave her, in fact, in order to make sure that she could go to a grocery and get some food. But, Madam Speaker, that is why I raised this when the AG speaks about GDP. GDP to me really means nothing unless it's translated into a better quality of life for people and sustainability for people. Madam Speaker, that's the reality. But I just wanted, Madam Speaker, with your permission, to make an appeal to the Honourable Minister of Social Development. Because we are told now by the officers who came to give those cards out that the ones who cannot come, who didn't come today, they have to come to Port of Spain to get the cards. Madam Speaker, that can't be right. No government, no arm of government should put people under that kind of pressure that because for some reason they couldn't be there where they were supposed to go to, they will have to come to Port of Spain. A lady couldn't find $5 to pay her a taxi fare to come to the office. How should she find $80 to come to Port of Spain to go and get it? And what it requires, a simple thing. get a letter of authorization, and one of us from the office can pick it up for her. I mean, I think that we have the integrity as members of Parliament that when we pick it up, we'll give it to her. So I think it's important to say that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is necessary to see this bill and what is being proposed in terms of tax credits, etc., in the larger context of the state of the economy, the challenges facing the poor and the middle class, who, in my view, are becoming more and more impoverished, and the state of business in the country. State of business in the country. Madam Speaker, I do not think that my colleagues on the government side really appreciate nor understand the strains under which businesses are operating at this point in time, or the number of businesses that have closed down, or on the verge of closing down, or people who cannot pay their rent, or people who cannot pay bills. Madam Speaker, it is happening before our eyes. If you look carefully at the newspapers, you'll see the number of repossessions of vehicles that are taking place. You will see the number of houses that are going up for sale again, Madam Speaker. I make these points because I think that, you know, when we talk about the tax credits and so on that we are giving here, I think there are other areas of the economy that we have to pay attention to. Because while this might sound politically nice and so on, solar heaters and you're giving a tax credit and so on, but there's something wider happening to people in the country that we must address. We have to address. Madam Speaker, even as I stand here, just last week, Answer Makal, the group, they sent home 90 persons and closed down their fabricating operations for windows and so on down in Londonville. 90 people gone home. Unilever, 286 persons going home. When a company closes down its fabrication sector for windows, it means to say that they are no longer finding the markets in the construction sector. And therefore, while we are doing all this here for solar water heaters and so on, I'm appealing to the government to look at what is happening to the construction sector, because that is where a lot of people are unemployed or underemployed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so in my view, the imposition or the variation of duties and taxes should always have a positive impact upon people. So the question, I want to ask the question, to what extent are a significant number of persons going to be affected by the tax exemption on solar water heaters? To what extent is that going to happen? I saw in the budget presentation of the Honorable Minister of Finance, he quoted the figure 12,000 that are going to be affected by that. I think it might have been a statement in which he was indicating that perhaps 12,000 persons are going to put solar water heaters in their homes. But Madam Speaker, you know, a nice comparison can be done to see how many persons have switched to hybrid vehicles, given the exemptions for vehicles 1599 cc and lower. A nice comparison can be done to see how many persons have switched to CNG. My understanding from what I got from the industry yesterday is that only 4,000 conversions have taken place. You know, the government had promised that they were going to take leadership in the conversion exercise of getting government vehicles running on CNG, the buses running on CNG and so on. I am still awaiting to see how many of the new buses that came down between 2015 and now are really being run on CNG. I know during our time we did bring buses that were running also on CNG. So to what extent, Madam Speaker, are a significant number of persons going to be affected by the tax exemption on solar water heaters? Now, the whole tax credit on solar water heaters was first made available in 2011, according to the data I have from government sources. And what I would like to know is between 2011 and 19, 8 years, how many solar water heaters have been really installed in the country? And how much tax credits have really been taken up by the population? Apart from that, I think if you give a tax credit, you want something back that's going to be permanent for the country. So the question I have to ask is this. These solar water heaters are still going to be imported. Have we developed a local manufacturing sector I don't think it's just about a tax credit on the solar water heater. Correct. Maybe what you need to is to create an industry. Correct. Where you're going to make the solar water heaters in the country. In that way, you get a benefit with employment. You get a benefit with your machine shops and so on doing using the technology to make the frames and so on for the solar water heaters. Madam Speaker, a solar water heater is not very cheap, you know. It costs on average for a 40-gallon about $3,500. And I'm told by the people who make them that it's another about between $3,500 and $4,000 to install it also. So you're looking at $7,500 against a double-head electric water heater for about $1,800 to $2,100, and a normal Bradford, I call a good brand, 40-gallon for about $3,200. So it is quite a difference in terms of price. So I appreciate the fact that the minister is saying, you know, $10,000. He's moving from $2,500 to $10,000 flat. But how are we going to move people? Is this enough to move people to take advantage of the solar water heaters? For example, Madam Speaker, right there at Reform Village on the highway in San Fernando, the government is constructing, I believe, 100 townhouses. That's a potential for 100 solar water heaters. I wonder whether, in fact, where the minister promised that they were going to put solar water heaters in HDC housing, whether any of this has been done at all. How many HDC houses have taken on the task of putting solar water heaters? You see, Madam Speaker, change has to be led. And very often, change has to be led by example. And leadership is really example. And if the government is not showing the leadership and is not closing the gap between what it has promised to do and what it is doing, then the population will not follow suit. It has to be led. It really has to be led. And that's part of the credibility gap that the government is suffering from. They are saying so many things, but they are not really doing it. So it's a credibility gap. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister of Finance, what is the broader policy within which this tax credit is based? When you talk about solar water heater, you're talking about renewables, you're talking about energy saving and so on. What is the broader policy within which this is framed? Do we have targets, for example? How many houses do we wish to have using solar water heaters?
They don't know about that.
Right? If we have 400,000 houses in Trinidad, what percentage of that we trying to convert? And if we are building a certain other number of houses per year, how many of those we intend to capture? You see, we mustn't do things simply because it sounds politically good. And we say, well, let's do it. It sounds political. It remains just a politics. And we don't want that. We don't want that at all, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you see, I have a different view of this. I believe that if you give something, you must have something in return, especially when you talk about at the level of a country where the country is investing resources. Of course, at a spiritual level, you know, giving without seeking return is a highly spiritual value. But again, when you invest and you take the money from a taxpayer and you invest it in something, you expect some kind of return to the country and to the economy. So what are we getting for it? Now, the next thing I like to talk about is, in terms of the very solar water heaters, is this. Madam Speaker, the government, there is no government assistance, as I said, for local manufacturing in terms of solar water heaters. Now, in Barbados, one cannot simply import foreign solar panels as they are heavily taxed in favor of locally manufactured panels. You know, I would have liked to think that if we are developing a solar water heater policy here, we might have wanted to make sure that our CARICOM neighbors and manufacturers benefit and maybe, you know, try to create some partnership in that regard. You see, I don't know if the problem is that TNTEC rates are such that there's no incentive because of the low rates for people to change to solar power. But, you know, the government has indicated, the Minister of Public Utilities has indicated that The government cannot continue to carry the debt it carries in TNTech. So consumers may very well find that the government will get up one morning, just like it did with Petrotrin, and say, listen, you know what? Your rates are going to go up. Your rates are going to go up. So the incentive, what is the real incentive for people? Now, the tax credit that is proposed by the minister is only for solar water heaters. How about solar generators? How about solar generators? Most customers in rural areas, and there are a lot of rural areas, they require solar generators, not just a solar water heater. Now, there's another point I like to make. If a house is a recipient of electricity from TNTech, do you know, Madam Speaker, that if the house were to lose power, for the solar generator to automatically turn on to provide power, it will be illegal? It is legal for a diesel generator to be turned on automatically in case of power loss, but it would be illegal for the solar water heater to be turned on automatically. That is a point that the industry made for me, and they asked me, in fact, to raise it here in my contribution to this debate. Madam Speaker, the next point I want to take up is customs exemptions for travelers. $3,000 to $5,000. We need to remember that the government had imposed a 7% tax for online shopping. And I would have liked to know, how much money have we gotten from that tax, that 7% tax on online shopping. Now, this increase in the $3,000 to $5,000, who is it going to benefit? Are people going to bring in goods to the value of $5,000? Maybe if their friends give them, maybe if their family give them items to bring in and so on, because it's difficult to get foreign exchange to take away to buy things overseas to come now. It's really difficult, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you have money, US dollars in the bank, you gave them your cash and you go back, they're telling you, they're giving you a check, and they're charging you $50 for the check. So you're paying $50 to TT to get back your money that you deposited in there. The banks are really squirming us, They're picking our pockets, really picking our pockets. They take our money, they use our money, they lend our money at higher rates. And when you go back to get your $500 US, you have to now pay them $50 and you're getting a check. You take that check with you. You don't know if you're going to be able to cash it, where you'll cash it and so on. It's really difficult. So who is going to benefit from this $3,000, $5,000? It seems to me that people are going to have to buy in the duty-free shops in Piaco. But then it begs another question, Prime Minister. How much TT dollars is a person allowed to take out of the country, and how much TT dollars are they allowed to bring back into the country to shop with TT dollars? Is it $5,000? I don't know. Yeah, TT dollars. Because I'm saying they don't have the US dollars unless somebody gives it to them.
So you go with it and you buy it.
Yeah.
Duty-free.
So, can you take TT dollars out, and how much can you take to come back in to shop in duty-free? But I can see an advantage to the duty-free shops in Piaco. I can see that happening. They are the ones that are going to benefit from it. But as I speak on this matter, I must, in the same context, since we are talking about giving up revenue here again, when we raise it from 3,000 to 5,000, we are giving up revenue. I want to know, what are we doing about the continual leakages at the port? The continual leakages at the port. What are we doing, for example, to subdue imports for which there can be local substitution? What are we doing about that? We are losing a lot of foreign exchange in things that we can buy and produce locally, And that's what the point I'm making. If you cannot just pick an item and say, I'm going to deal with solar water heaters, when everything else you're not attending to. Things that you can attend to, reduce your foreign exchange loss to the country, create foreign exchange, create jobs, create a more sustainable economy, Madam Speaker. So that's why I say you just can't look at this as 3 or 4 items come before in a finance bill. You have to look at the totality of how we are developing the economy and how we are thinking. Madam Speaker, you probably are tired of me speaking about furniture, antique furniture in this Parliament. One of the things I had said in one of my budget speeches was that they should ban the exportation of teak. And the Minister of Agriculture did that. He banned it. But having banned it, what have we done to develop the furniture industry? Why, Madam Speaker? Why, I ask you? Why are we not giving more incentives to develop a viable furniture industry that can be exported, but allowing Courts and Ashleys to bring down furniture from Vietnam and dump it on our shores? Are we talking about losing? Mr. Prime Minister, why can't Courts and Ashleys be persuaded to buy a percentage of the beds and so on that can be produced very beautifully here by our local furniture manufacturers? And I really and sincerely mean it. And from the floor of this Parliament, I'm making an appeal to the population of Trinidad and Tobago to buy local, to buy from your local manufacturers. Demand a higher quality because we can produce a higher quality. I do not see that Vietnam can produce any better quality bed that they're producing than we can produce in teak and mahogany right here in this country, or upper mat right here in this country. And therefore, we need, Prime Minister, we need to move from just the banning of the teak away into a full-fledged furniture industry where we can export knockdown furniture to other countries, just like the Swedish people have developed their knockdown furniture into our country. IKEA, that's right. So we have to look at this this whole thing in a broader sense, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, then we come to the matter of the amendment of the Corporation Tax Act, the 3 million to 6 million change. Now, where this benefit has been provided before, I have to ask the question here today, how have the sectors to which this amendment referred benefited from the current incentives? How many companies have taken advantage of these incentives? And have they done so legitimately? Have they been given these 3 million or whatever in cash to the beneficiaries or in kind? What have we done to really ensure that what they claim they have really provided to the different sectors to which this applies? So my thing is that, I would like to see, I don't expect an answer here today, but to understand how the $6 million will really be calculated. And again, is it cash, kind? What checks and balances are there to ensure that the amounts claimed are legal, they are legitimate, and they are not padded? And in the same vein, I think the population, like myself, would like to know, as a result of this particular incentive, since its inception, what taxes have been given up under this incentive? What taxes have been given up under this particular incentive? And I think particularly about, contribution to sports development, arts and culture. So arts and culture is mentioned here. Perhaps that's our greatest opportunity for diversification, arts and culture. And probably we don't know it and don't realize it, how rich we are in arts and culture. I get a sense, leader of government business acting, that we are experimenting too much. Everything is an experiment in this country. Everything is a pilot project. But somehow we're not making the instantaneous leap and say, I am, we are. It's always we are developing. We have to understand and say we have a rich culture. We have a rich diversity. We have a product. And then begin to market that product. We have to stop this experimentation all the time. We have to stop and make everything like a celebration. The celebration must reflect a product, not just a fete. And that's part of our big problem. We talk about spending $174 million in Carnival by the government. Do we really earn back $174 million in the country, really and truly? Do we really earn that money back? Or is it one big national fete? Madam Speaker, we have to link this $3 or $6 million to really something that brings revenue to the country. Recently, I saw the Shamsuddin family from Gasparilla produce a film called Jahaji. And they did it all on their own. That reflects the history of one family from the time they arrived in this country as East Indians and how they have grown and what have you. And they are marketing that film across the world. It's a beautiful production. I looked at Green Days by the River recently. Beautiful production. I believe it's Miguel Street, another movie and so on produced. Madam Speaker, we have what it takes to produce these things and to export them. But we are not making the link. I think that we have too much of experimentation. Madam Speaker, we started this long ago in this country. Rudranath Kapileu Learning Center had an audiovisual room in which there were cameras and everything else meant to teach people and develop their audiovisual and production capabilities. What has happened to that? Where has that gone? Where's all that equipment gone that we're not doing that again? You know, training people. Recently, the government decided to rename IBN TTT and go back to the old TTT. No problem in that. No problem in that. But you know, in the year that TTT has been re-established, has TTT met its goal? Because I'm linking this to this $3 to $6 million. Has TTT met its goal? Has TTT become the local production house for culture that you wanted it to be? Or is it, every day I look at TTT, and apart from the news by Verna Bharat, which is well presented professionally, I see a lot of people just enjoying themselves as producers and so-called producers on that television station. And I think that we have to go back to basics and say, you know, if we are giving incentives and if we hope people to invest and so on, we must see products that are worthwhile. Now, they should take a page out of the Parliament. Madam Speaker, you have limited resources as a Parliament here in terms of your television production. But some of the best biographies and so on that I've seen about people in this country is on the Parliamentary channel. It's on the Parliament channel. I enjoy them. You know, it's history through productions. And I applaud and I compliment your production staff in this Parliament for that work. That is not easy work. That is hard work. That is research work. So many things. Now, Madam Speaker, take a page out of your book in the Parliament and begin to produce the life and times of Mighty Sparrow, of Black Stalin, of the Melody Sparrow era, of Henry Tulum Dindial, of all of those singers and artists who have contributed to our rich culture and our diversity. Madam Speaker, has TTT made a connection between themselves and the Emancipation Support Committee to produce and export the story that is emancipation, when in fact we were the ones who pioneered the whole concept of Emancipation Day and a holiday? Madam Speaker, TTT and Diwali Nagar, what have they done? Madam Speaker, we have some of the best producers of documentary in the world in this country. Some of the best producers. Madam Speaker, one of the best producers I know in this country is a gentleman by the name of Gideon Hanuman Singh. Hans Hanuman Singh, a storehouse of cultural and historical information in the Indian community. Hansley Ajoda, a man who has produced so many good... Alram Sewak. Madam Speaker, there's so much to produce and export. So when I say you should get something back for the 3 million, the 6 million, and I'm using TTT, I'm not nailing TTT, you know. I'm just using an example of what is possible if you really want to orient. And that's the thing. Madam Speaker, what we have in this country is an old generation of people. And what we require is a new generation of leaders in the country. And our party is inviting, and we are ushering that new generation of leaders with new and creative ideas for the future. That is what is happening, the new generation. Madam Speaker, we are full of opportunities, potential, but we are not harnessing the talent. We have the money, you know. Unfortunately, the money seems to be there, but we have to harness the talent to do the job of producing. Again, Madam Speaker, my congratulations. Take a page out of the book of those who work in the Parliament producing all of this great material.
Time is now spent. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to complete your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I wouldn't be long again. These are matters that I wanted to raise. Madam Speaker, the matter of the Petroleum Taxes Act. Madam Speaker, the oil and gas. Now, by this amendment to Section 26(1) of the Petroleum Act, the government proposes to increase the investment tax credit by 5%, from 20% to 25% of qualifying development expenditure incurred in mature marine land fields and in enhanced oil recovery projects. In other words, what they are doing is, instead of writing out your investment over 5 years, you write it over 4 years. I know that the government had a big problem when the People's Partnership was in office, and we gave really strong incentives in order to resuscitate the energy sector. But we have to also admit that today we are benefiting from those particular incentives that were given. Whatever the arguments may be on both sides, but the reality on the ground is that there were benefits, and we are benefiting today as a country. Now, Madam Speaker, this incentive is necessary because oil production, if you recall, peaked at 193,000 barrels per day in 2007 and has suffered a steep decline. It was 99,000 barrels per day in 2017, and I think it's down now to just below 70,000 barrels a day. And of course, the companies are complaining that the fall is mainly attributed to increasing difficulty of extracting resources from the country's aging fields, as well as low oil prices and subsequently lessened exploration efforts. Now, Madam Speaker, it is no secret that the oil and gas industry has been suffering a steady decline in the last few years. And diversification in the country as a whole is nowhere close to assuming an important role in government's agenda. So the dependency on oil and gas continues. See, Madam Speaker, when we talk diversification, I believe we are missing the point. Yes, you have to have some big diversification projects. But you know what? You have to look at the 1,001 little things you can diversify into also. And we are not looking into that. There are many, many things that you can diversify into this country, and we are not looking into it, including creating a new tourism product also in this country, creating a new tourism product. Madam Speaker, you know, as I say that, you know, we go down Caroni to see the bird sanctuary. But, you know, right there in Otaheite, in the Oropouche Lagoon, you have some of the most beautiful birds to look at, including the scarlet ibis, which has also returned to that area. Can you imagine also creating picnics in the swamp? And all kinds of things can be done. Yeah, we have 560 bird species. I understand now it's one of the highest number of bird species in the world. But we have not created a product around that. So diversification, we are slow, and we are nowhere close to what we need to reduce the dependency on oil and gas. So while increasing the tax investment incentive will hopefully attract and stimulate the oil and gas economy, and the government should as well not only sit here but focus, as I'm saying, on similar investment initiatives in a serious way in sectors like agriculture and also in technology. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy about the amendment to the Cooperative Societies Act, where the minister proposes to increase the current limit of 5,000 imposed on the transfer of shares or interest payable to a nominated beneficiary upon death of a member to 50,000. This amendment will benefit beneficiaries who are entitled to sums in the vicinity of 50,000, and in many cases much less, who would otherwise have had to pay legal fees, estate duty, and go through what could be a very tiresome and a very challenging, long, arduous process of probate in order to receive their benefits. So I think this is a good measure. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister, though, to clarify whether cooperative societies will be paying out this $50,000 to beneficiaries of persons who pass on after the 1st of January 2020, or can the cooperatives pay out this $50,000 to beneficiaries who are entitled to benefit from the estate of a person who passed before January 1st, 2020, but whose cooperative society interest share has not been accessed by the beneficiary and or paid out by the cooperative society. So, Madam Speaker, these are some of the few points that I would like to make. I want to thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to contribute and to say, Madam Speaker, that I'm proud to be part of ushering a new generation of leaders to take this country forward with new ideas and with creativity and harnessing the talent of all the peoples of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much.
Martin West. Member for Digo Martin West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I guess we are having an evening with Hansard, so we're not really chewing too much into the nuts and bolts of the adjustments that the Minister of Finance is legislating this evening, because I think there's general agreement on the package that the Minister of Finance would have presented. I don't know that I'm hearing any objection which would require us withdrawing any of the Minister of Finance's proposals, and they're all meant to incrementally add to our situation. But I've heard a lot of issues raised which require a comment, if nothing else, from this side. My colleague who just sat down, my colleague from Tabakit, speaks about the need for doing, I guess, differently, for advancing leaders and new ideas and so on and so on. But, you know, the French has a statement which is copied by many across the world. The more things change, the more they remain the same. And it's against that background, Madam Speaker, that I want to touch on 4 points that were raised this afternoon. Maybe I should touch firstly on one raised by the opening speaker for the opposition, member for Karen Central, when in the exuberance of his presentation, he spoke about the current situation with Paria and Unipet, and spoke disparagingly. And of course, it's the government's fault, because everything is the government's fault. But for a member of parliament to come here and raise that as one of the issues for which the government is failing, because we have an issue between, and I can't remember the adjective he used, but it was meant, he spoke about a fight, this unevenly yoked, and probably a victim, Unipet, being fought down by Paria. And Madam Speaker, I was led to wonder if things are ever going to change in this country. Because if we could come to the parliament and take that position, question, what is the Unipet Paria issue? What is the problem? Problem is simple and straightforward. The problem is simple and straightforward. Taxpayers are buying fuel from abroad, importing it, giving it to a business, a private business, who are selling this product with very little value added. It's not a raw material, it's a finished product. So they buy it, they receive the finished product, and they sell it at the pump and they receive cash. Madam Speaker, I was shocked when I looked at this matter, when the problem arose in the public domain, to find out that the problem was that this private company doing business in Trinidad and Tobago received all this fuel from the state company, bought and brought into the country, and for some reason, having sold it, because I'm now told that they have no fuel in the tanks, having sold it, and I would hope that they receive cash for it, because whenever you go by the pump, you pay on delivery. How then, Madam Speaker? How then? And if you're not as shocked as I am, I'll be surprised. How then is this company ending up owing Parlia almost $200 million? How? And the question that we should be asking here, instead of coming in this debate today, instead of coming here today and trying to make it look as if there's something that the government is not doing right or the government is responsible for, the question is simple. Who, taxpayer in this country, is agreeing to buy fuel, taxpayers' money, taxpayers' company, give it to a private company to sell it and not pay for it? Even the terms of trade that I found out, where you buy 1 tank, 2 tanks, 3 tanks, 4 tanks, you only pay at the end of the month, you might have had 15 tanks. Sell and collect the money. And instead of saying, gentlemen, ladies who own this company, pay your bill and let's get on with the business of the country, I'm coming here and having to hear that this problem is about unevenly yoked Parlia fighting down Unipet. And of course, I presume that having heard that, something I don't understand, something I don't know, and somebody might help me with it, we now have to go and look for a lawyer. Taxpayer have to go and find a lawyer to go to court, because they're going to court for an injunction, which is their right, of course. But I want to know what they're going to tell the court, that they are entitled to free gas. And having not paid for the gas, they want an injunction, which taxpayers are now going to have to find lawyers to defend. I am not saying here that they're not free to do that, but I'm asking, why is it that this kind of thing remains with us? Why? What is the sense of entitlement we have in this country? That somebody responsible for you, even when you're being ridiculous and unproductive. And I'm saying here today, those are the things that we need to change in this country. Not the general old talk. And you see this thing about at the level of this parliament and the government and the country, where it's we versus them. As long as we are going down the road of we versus them, third parties will always benefit at the expense of the we and the them. And that brings me to the point of this thing about incentives for oil companies. And I wonder if those persons who serve in government, who dish out incentives to foreign oil companies, have any real understanding of who the real beneficiaries of those incentives are. I wonder if you all really understand. And let me tell you something. The people who benefit from those incentives that you grab onto and talk about what wonderful things you did are largely not the people of Trinidad and Tobago, you know. And when you pat yourself on the chest and talk about your incentives doing wonderful things, just tell yourself that your incentives have done wonderful things for the BP shareholders. That is true. You might see more activity. But you know, we had an open discussion in this country for the first time here. We call it Spotlight on Energy. Came to the Hyatt. And this government opened up the energy industry as it is practiced in Trinidad and Tobago. And one of the local entities were making a presentation to justify what we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, should be happy with, what we're getting from the oil companies. We had the original document, but the minister spoke during the morning and spoke very firmly against the unbalance or the imbalance that existed between our take from the industry and the take of the other shareholders. And you know what the local entity did, having heard that? They simply just changed the number in their presentation. Just change the number. Because they were saying to us that we were getting these billions of dollars in our economy. But realizing that we were coming to the point to prove and to show that it wasn't so, they just changed the number. Just change the number. Ladies and gentlemen, when a dry hole is drilled by an oil company in this country, it is you who pay for the dry hole.
True.
Because the shareholders of BP, who are largely Californians, they don't pay for no dry hole. They might have drilled the hole, advanced the money to drill the hole, but if the hole is dry, the cost of that hole is taken off from the tax that they will pay you. So who pays for the hole? So when you start telling yourself you get them incentive to drill, and then they come and tell me, as they told me, Madam Speaker, when I came, and I'm saying this again, based on the incentives that they had, when I came in as Prime Minister of this country, within the first fortnight, I met with the head of a major oil company who said to me, and with charts and diagrams to show, that based on how we intend to proceed, the government is not to expect any revenue except a few peanuts until 2024. Now, how then, if this is the major supplier of revenue to the country, how in God's name do you expect the country to be serviced? But you come here making an argument against us in this, we versus them in this house, that we have taxed them. We tax them. If we don't collect the taxes from those who have, how are you going to service the country? And you make it as though the tax was a burden, as if you have not noticed that the tax banks are reporting increased profits.
Exactly.
All we have done, Madam Speaker, all we have done in a requirement to service the same poor people they're talking about is to ask those who have to pay a little more. That is what it is all about. Our banks, who the Minister of Finance has asked to pay a little more so we can get to put medicine in the hospital, to keep teachers in school, to pay the old age pension. And having paid the increased taxes is not overburdened. They are still reporting increased profits, which means that had we not taken that couple percent from them in the taxes, they will simply have increased their profits. And that is the problem with this country, that we are not all yoked to the same cart pulling in the same direction. A few people are doing very well and the majority are catching hell. And until we understand that and stop misrepresenting our own circumstance, it is not going to get better. And I'll tell you all something. Leading this government, I told you and I told the country before, I was not elected to be re-elected. I'm elected to fix problems in this country. And that is one of the biggest problems we have. And we are so colonially minded that we think that if we please the shareholders of those companies, we will get praise. But nothing is changing. You know what this government said to those companies? In understanding the situation that we are in, we said to them, we have no problem with you getting the best for your shareholders. You ought to try to get the best for your shareholders, but I have shareholders too, and my shareholders are the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The people of Trinidad and Tobago. And when we demonstrated in that spotlight of energy, we demonstrated how Nigeria is producing barely more gas than we are, but earning, where they're earning $5 billion US in taxes, we were earning a couple $34 million, some ridiculous figure like that. because they are in a position to earn better. And if we keep saying that all we have to do is to give incentives and give incentives and give incentives, one incentive was that you invest and you collect 50% of your investment in the first year, like 12 months. Then you collect 30% in the second year, that's 12 months. So in 24 months, you would recover 80% of what you've invested. Who is taking the risk then in this investment? So what it really says is that these people who prosper so much from being in the Trinidad and Tobago environment in energy is basically a no-risk environment. If you could recover your capital expense in 24 months, you want a better deal than that? And then we're telling ourselves that to get them to do us the favor of investing here, we have got to give them incentive. 20% of the earnings of BP come from Trinidad and Tobago, and they're telling you if we don't give them that incentive, they will get up and go. And then get up and go and tell their board, tell their shareholders in the board meeting in London what? That we've left Trinidad and Tobago because they have not given us incentives. When you really collecting your capital investment in 24 months. Come on, people, stop being colonially minded and earn the respect of these people and talk to them. If you start out with this inferiority complex, you talk to them from that standpoint and they take everything they can take from you. And it's when you have no more to give, then they leave and go somewhere else. That's what happened in this country before, you know. When we end up with Texaco and Shell, those companies, to create Trintoc and Petrotrin, it was because those companies had taken what they thought they could have got from me and they went their way. Today, when we find ourselves faced with an old refinery, which we mishandled, and that refinery is threatening us with losses of $2 billion a year. And my colleagues in the parliament telling me and talking outside is the worst thing ever happened in this country because we shut the refinery down. A refinery which is at best going forward going to lose you $2 billion a year. And the best thing was to keep it going as if it didn't happen, like you did. Because you spent 5 years in government. That refinery was there doing the same thing, just simply hiding the losses in the books. And you know that. So when the accounts had to change under new accounting rules and they were forced to write off the debt, $16 billion of it, you knew that. You knew that Petrotrin was hiding its losses in its books. But you come here today, come like Pontius Pilate, trying to make the country feel like this government doesn't know what it's doing. And you coming back to do otherwise. I see you promising to come back to start back what you was doing before. That is for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Bring you back to start back and do exactly what you did before. Yeah. I'm not making up these numbers. The billions of losses in Petrotrin had to be brought to light because there are now new accounting arrangements where if you're going to get your books not qualified, you have to write off those losses. We didn't capriciously jump and shut down the refinery. It took us a year and a half to examine all our options and then to take a decision among the options. And the closure of the refinery was to stop that loss of $2 billion. You have a problem with that. Option, question, what exactly would you have done? Just continue it. But you couldn't. You couldn't continue it. Not even you could have continued. If you were in government August 25th, 19, you would have had to face the $850 million US check to pay. What would you have done? You might have written it from your personal account. But we don't have that. Or you might have allowed the company to default, and a default at Petrotrin would have automatically resulted in a downgrading of Trinidad and Tobago. And if the Minister of Finance had taken on that debt on the Ministry of Finance liability, we would have been automatically downgraded. So what then would you have done? What then would you have done? You just stay out of this. I'm talking to people with sense. Right? know you can come here and point to everything that is wrong in the country. Anybody could do that. You could go in the hospital and point to the pain that is felt by every patient. You could do that. But you would never see the wonderful work going on the healing side of things. Come in here and talk good. You have 45 minutes to talk about, oh, this old lady suffering and this, that, and that. Makes absolutely no sense with respect to fixing the problem that we have to deal with. Madam Speaker, I have colleagues in the Parliament on both sides of the House. They're my colleagues. But when you take your term of office, you did not negotiate a single contract, not even one. A series of contracts exist with respect to the supply of gas to Point Lisas. The Point Lisas business is you get gas from gas suppliers, you have the company, NGC, in the middle as an aggregator, supplying the gas, and the downstreamers buy the gas and they make their product and sell it. Those companies come into being on long-term contracts because the investment is so large. 25-year contracts they come into. When this government on the other side was when they were in office, those 25-year contracts had begun to come to an end. As a matter of fact, some had ended. With all the talk from my colleague from Caroni Central this evening, the record of the UNC government in office was they put the company on month-to-month contract. And to come here and talk about this disarray in the energy sector, how much more disarray can you be in than being in a billion-dollar industry and you're on a month-to-month contract? Billions of dollars. And of course, I'm reminded, having not supplied the gas that they were telling us when they spoke, when they were telling us that it was short-term due to maintenance, it was a crisis of undersupply by the country. We were not producing enough gas to supply our consumption needs, and based on the contracts we had in place, we now have liabilities for non-supply. Billions of dollars of liabilities. And the same government you're pointing your finger at now about being incompetent, we now had to sit down and under our stewardship, negotiate away if we are able to, and we're not able to. It's only some of them will be negotiated away as part of the negotiation because, Madam Speaker, contract negotiation for new gas price begun after 2015. There was none before. And you make you wonder if they knew that gas contracts had to be negotiated. And what they did, Madam Speaker, is when the contracts came to an end, the worst possible bargaining position you could be in is to be in a situation where you have no wiggle room. If you were negotiating 2 or 3 or 4 years before, you have wiggle room. But when the contract is ending and they're threatening you with shutting down the company today, so agree to that, otherwise we shut it down. That is what you all left us with. As a matter of fact, one of the big companies actually shut down the operation. CNC to CNC. CNC shut down the operation as part of the negotiation. We didn't create that situation. You put the country in that situation by not negotiating it when you were in government. And when the date came for the end of the contract, we are now negotiating with that axe over our head. And then you come here and talking about competence, and you have plan, and you have program, and you have work nation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something, Madam Speaker, they could make up story, you know. All we have to do is to tell the real story, you know. I want to address again for the final time. I and Minister Young never negotiated any contract in Houston. We negotiated no contract in Houston. What had happened, Madam Speaker, is that based on what I just said, the negotiations for contracts started between NGC and BP, and they negotiated for a number of months with the government not even being anywhere near there. The negotiations broke down between the two companies and they stopped negotiating. You know what that meant, Madam Speaker? That meant that they were heading for a shutdown in Point Lisas because the buyer and the seller had stopped talking to one another because the buyer wanted a higher price and the seller said we can't afford what you're asking for. The meeting in Houston was simply to get them to talk to one another again.
God, Napoli, man. Down 365 times.
The Houston meeting, I as Prime Minister had to intervene because NGC and BP had stopped negotiating. BP is the largest supplier of gas in Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, CNC was probably the largest plant, one of the larger plants. So if we're facing a shutdown in a situation where buyer and seller are not talking to one another, the role of the Prime Minister of the country looking out for the same poor people, the same old lady, the same children, the same patients, it was my job then to do what had to be done. And you know how I did it? I left here and I went to the decision makers in Houston, straight from the plane to the meeting.
Great job, Prime Minister. Great job, Prime Minister.
And what I accomplished them talking. You have to talk. You have to move from where you are. You can't stay where you are and get an agreement. BP can't dig its heel and demand a price that was much higher than what we end up paying. They spoke. And I'll tell you something. Gas price isn't negotiated like buying hops bread in a parlor. It's a very complicated thing. And only the NGC negotiates gas price for this country. And it's NGC staff and the complicated equations. Okay? Because you're talking about a cent. You're talking about 2 cents. And that 2 cents over billions of cubic feet is a large sum of money. So Tom, Dick, and Harry can't negotiate gas price. So stop telling the country and the world that the Prime Minister negotiates gas price. I don't know the first thing about negotiating gas price. What I do know is that the seller and the buyer must talk. And what I also know is that the aggregator in the middle, the NGC, belongs to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I would not want them to be in a position where they are disadvantaged. Now, our gas industry in this country came into being on cheap gas, low pressure gas, compressed and brought to Point Lisas. Later on, we start drilling and looking for gas to feed that industry. And anybody who felt that in this era, finding new gas and bringing it to shore at the price at which they originally got gas, you got a hole in your head. Because in any case, the supplier is saying to you, I'm not supplying you gas until I get a price that I can agree with. Fortunately for us, we allowed them to talk, we brought them together, they talk, and they agreed on a price which BP was happy with and which NGC. In negotiations, sometimes you don't, well, most times, you never get all that you want. But they got a price which allowed them to proceed. Because the alternative would have been a general shutdown. Is that what you wanted? You left it there without a single contract. As a matter of fact, the only contract that is related to your term of office was the CGCL contract. And let me tell this country something. NGC has 20% of that company. 20%. Massey has 10%, and the Japanese have the other 70%. Madam Speaker, would you believe that in the lack of understanding of the business and whatever quest it was for, we entered into an arrangement where the NGC contracts itself to supply gas to that CGCL at a cheaper price than NGC is paying for it.
Tell them again.
So it means that as NGC supplies gas to that plant, we're starting out in a loss position. And what is worse? When you look at what we invested in the plant, it appears as though, even as a shareholder, there's nothing to sing about. We may very well be in a position not to be receiving any benefit for our shareholding. Because somehow we allowed ourselves to be so cowed and to be so overawed by the others that we agree to conditions that are ridiculous. One of the first things this government had to do was to renegotiate that contract. And we had to take a diplomatic position to it. I sent Minister Young to Japan to talk to the Japanese government entity, to say to them, not that our contract clause say we could do so and so, you know, but to say to them that it is improper for Japan, probably the third largest economy in the world, to saddle little Trinidad and Tobago with this ridiculous contract where, one, we end up with what we end up with there, and two, there was a clause in that contract that says if the business failed, the NGC had to pay what they call the debt tail buy down. Whatever was owing at the time of failure, the NGC.
And not even get the
right? And of course, with the NGC being saddled with the debt tail buy down, meaning you're going to pay off all the debt that is left, but the plant that you just finished paying for stays with JBIC, Mitsubishi. I mean, what kind of madness got across you all? But I'm sure many of you don't know that. I'm sure you don't know that.
Member for Diego Martin West, your original speaking time is now spent. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your presentation.
So and that is why the public servants wrote in red ink that they will not sign off on this contract as being acceptable. That happened. I'm not making this up. That happened. The Japanese government agreed, and JBIC agreed to renegotiate it and take out those terms. How could you have done that to us? And then come here today to lecture me on the energy sector and competence and wala and wala. It's either you didn't know or you knew and you gave it away. And I have good reason to believe that is a habit. Because my colleague from Tabakit is here this evening speaking very eloquently about the wonderful things that we could do selling Tulum and whatever else. But I want to ask him this evening, because this is a good time to ask him, what happened with the OAS contract? Under your portfolio as Minister of Works, where the clause that protected taxpayers was removed the Friday before election, the clause that says that if the contractor is bankrupt, the government can call the bonds. Who took that clause out of the contract?
Who advised?
I'm not even asking why you hadn't canceled the contract before. I'm simply asking who took the clause out of that contract and allowed the contractor now to be free to go with $921 million. You got it back? You got it back? You got it back because we went to court and fought for it.
Member. Just remind everybody of Standing Order 53 about crosstalk and actually shouting across the room. Prime Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, you heard the response? You heard the response? That we got it back. We got it back because a minister of government here led a legal team, and we fought in capitals around the world because the company fought to keep it.
That's right.
We had to go to court and fight to take it away. As I speak to you now, the court has allowed us to spend the money, but they're still in arbitration trying to argue for it in arbitration. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
So when he says we got it back, that is not correct. We who are spending the money can't even say we got it back because we are allowed to spend it. They're still fighting the arbitration. So if they win the arbitration, they will get it. So when he says we got it back, is this an innocence or is it still trying to fool people? This is, Madam Speaker, this country has better get serious about serious problems. My colleague from Caroni Central here again, this raised Yara. I heard Yara being raised. Madam Speaker, a plant that is 50 years old, the shareholders who own the plant had options all those years. They never, I don't know what they did. I think 20 odd years ago they made some upgrades. But the bottom line is the future of Yara Company in that situation of obsolescence is a matter for the shareholders. But my colleagues come in here and make it a matter for the government. What are you saying to us? That we should allow Yara to get gas that we're paying a premium for now to be used in a plant that is 50-year-old, that is inefficient? Why is that a government issue? Why is that a government issue? Because what options do you think the government have? I mean, we would have been very happy if it didn't happen. But tell me what the government... Madam Speaker, I'm being disturbed by an element here saying diversify, diversify. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker.
You're a movement.
Could we stop the crosstalk? Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, so it is good to be critical because sometimes the criticism forces a better performance. But the criticism has to have truth, substance. And we say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago all the time, whatever we do is one of many options. And we would want to be judged on the options that we have chosen. Because those who criticize us, especially in the way that they do inside this house and elsewhere, they don't have a better option.
That's right.
Because the options that they will refer to, the second state will be worse than the first. One of their options was to do nothing. Madam Speaker, if we had done nothing, this country would have been in the bosom of the IMF long time.
They're going to be celebrating.
And of course, they would like that. But let me say, before I close, Madam Speaker, another point my colleague raised is as part of the failure of the government, the non-delivery of the government, is the Dragon deal. Madam Speaker, I wonder if my friends on the other side understand what the interest in the Dragon field is. Madam Speaker, we have proven gas reserves in this country approximating volumes that would last us for another 10 or 12 years. Meaning, Madam Speaker, that a child that is born today, before that child does come SCA, this country could be without gas if we don't find additional new gas. And by additional, I mean additional to replace what we are consuming on a daily basis. We could consume up to 4 billion cubic feet of gas per day. We're now producing about 3.6. So we are consuming the gas that we know we have. So we got to keep finding gas. Within our borders, if you go look at a map of Trinidad and Tobago, between Grenada, Barbados, and Venezuela, we are a little wedge in between there. Because of our geography, we are a little wedge in there. We don't have the kinds of acreage in America, like in America or Australia, but the land or sea acreage. We have limited acreage. And therefore, even with the best of prospects geologically, we have limited space. We have limited potential. But right next door to us is the large Venezuelan proven fields. There are 3 fields in Venezuela on our western boundary. The nearest one to us is the Dragon. The next one is Patao. The next one is Millionaires. The smallest one is Dragon. What we sought to do, Madam Speaker, by getting historically, for the first time, getting done, is an agreement with the government of Venezuela to have Venezuelan gas come to Trinidad and Tobago to be utilized in our gas business. And I would have thought, Madam Speaker, that would have been welcomed by all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because that is raw material that we desperately need, which in 10 or 12 or 15 years, we could find ourselves without raw material for our point research industry. I would have thought that the average person in this country would have been happy with that, not my colleagues on the other side. As far as they're concerned, that is something to be despised, to be pilloried, and to be undermined. Well, let me tell you what's happened, Madam Speaker. Let me tell you what has happened. We have an agreement now which still exists between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of Venezuela. You know what happened with the other 2 fields? One is now in Russian hands, and the other one might be in Chinese hands. Don't you think it would make more sense if Trinidad and Tobago had put itself in a position to have all three fields coming this way? And of course, even as Rosneft, even as the Russians have that field, what do we do as a people? What do we do? Do we talk to the Russians and tell them, we have plant in Trinidad and Tobago? Because if that raw material comes here, it will give us a reserve that we do not now have. It will guarantee a future in the gas business that we may not now have. But instead of that, every time they mention the Dragon deal, is to mention it as though this government has done something wrong. They would have seen what has happened to Venezuela. PDVSA and NGC were the operating entities. The Americans have put PDVSA under sanctions, which have nothing to do with us. It's just the hour of day that exists. You know what they did? You know what they did, Madam Speaker? They jumped out in front to support President Guaido.
Yeah, yeah. They're calling him president.
And attacking the government of Trinidad and Tobago. We who are looking for a future for the children of Trinidad and Tobago, you find Guaido as president. Because you don't understand the future of this country. 12 years. Our number one interest now, outside of what we're doing within our border, is to try and tap into whatever is outside our border. That is why we've signed that agreement with Grenada. That is why we've set up, Ghana has no gas. Madam Speaker, we have an agreement with Grenada, so whatever gas they find there, we are making arrangements for that gas to come to market in Trinidad. We're doing the same thing. We're doing the same thing with Barbados because we share territory out there. And what we are doing is trying to secure a supply to maintain ourselves in the business. And of course, Venezuela is to the south of us, to the east of us, to the west of us. And of course, there are proven fields in Venezuela, cross-border. What has happened so far, Madam Speaker, is that we have spent 17 years, trying to get unitization agreement to develop the Loran Manatee field. 17 years, meaning Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago will develop this field. Diplomatically, they never understood that Venezuela ain't agreeing to nothing like that because the general sentiment has been, up until the Dragon deal, the general sentiment has been in Venezuela, in PDVSA, in the governments of Venezuela, that they don't want their gas coming to Trinidad, they want it going to Venezuela. And that gas will never get to Venezuela because there's no market for it. So there's no interest in developing it. There's so much gas in Western Venezuela that Eastern Venezuela gas would never come to market in our lifetime. It happened to us here in Trinidad too, you know. When we had gas on the North Coast, before the Patrick Manning government came up with the concept of LNG and BG agreed to go along with the idea, we had no market for gas in the North Coast that was stranded there, you know. Deminex, Ajip, those gas fields are up there. We know the gas is there. Carrying it where? We tied ourselves for 17 years to unitization. You know what we've done? We have moved to cancel unitization. And we have moved to get agreement to develop, to accept on our side the Manatee gas in the Loran Manatee field. And we've negotiated. That gas is under Shell as the operator to get Shell to work along that line. We have 27% Manatee, the rest is Venezuela. So we will extract ours on our side, and you extract yours on your side. However, that can be done geologically. That's what we have done. And to do that, we have to stop this 17-year molasses of unitization. And now I keep hearing about, well, why am I wasting time with it? Madam Speaker, anyway, it is easy to get up and criticize. Criticize. Especially when you don't know what you're talking about. Because you could say anything. What I have just spoken about is about the lifeblood of this country. We looked at contracts and said, some of these contracts are unfair. And we talked to the oil companies in that way. And as a result of those conversations, we got agreement. There was no clause in a contract that we could enforce in a court of law. It had to be persuasion that if we are partners in this business, you can't treat your partners so. We are partners in the business, mutual respect, benefit for your shareholders, benefit for my shareholder. As a result of that approach to it, we have brought back $2 billion in cash and approximately $1 billion per year going forward in the new arrangement. And instead of you supporting that as success for the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, every time you open your mouth, is to bar talk the plane, denigrate the officers who do it, and try to create doom and gloom in a situation where our position has improved. We have improved our position simply by acting through mutual respect. You hear about Ruby? The Ruby, the oil field that is going to bring, 13,000 barrels of oil are we looking at? You know what happened? BHP was pulling out of around the world and going back to their core business, leaving those kinds of little things outside here. I led a team to Melbourne, to the place where the decision is made, to talk directly to the people who make the decision. And I tell you, I'm this country's #1 salesman. I made a pitch telling them, stay in Trinidad and Tobago. We expect that they will stay here because it's worth their while. Because we believe in our geological provenance that there is good business to be had. At the time, they didn't commit, but they listened. And later on, we were quite happy to hear that they've sanctioned the Ruby field. What would 16,000 barrels of oil do for us in Trinidad and Tobago? But that could easily have been left there because BHP wasn't interested in it, because you're competing for the investment dollar. That's what you do. But I tell you one thing. The government of Trinidad and Tobago is respected in the boardrooms of all those countries. Maybe you can say that too. But colleagues, I would urge you all, let us divide along political lines, yes. You yellow, we red. Let us argue on different sides of the parliament, but let us understand that in matters of this nature, we are all in this together. And there's no requirement for us to have a different position on these matters, these cross and cross-border matters. Your absence of support for our effort with the Dragon deal, I wouldn't say it's treasonous, I would just say it's disappointing. Your lack of support for our foreign policy with respect to how we relate to Venezuela and our future as Venezuela's neighbor is more than disappointing. Well, as for Sandals, I mean, they take credit for that. They take credit for having shut down the Sandals project because the Sandals family just got fed up and say, well, look, if we haven't reached there yet, and that is what we're going to face, we could do without that. That's what he just, Sandals is a family. And I say, well, why do you have to put ourselves in this situation? We had not even reached the stage of negotiating any term with Sandals. And you all talking about this term was given and that term was given and that was wrong. The bottom line, you just get fed up and they left. Today, Sandals exists in Turks and Caicos, in Jamaica, and Antigua, and Grenada, and Barbados, not in Tobago, because we have created an environment that was so toxic that the families say we don't want them to do all here. Take credit if you wish, but the bottom line is, until we as a people begin to behave differently, we will not be at our strongest. Not me. And I say no more on that, Madam Speaker.
Member for Oropouche East.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to respond on these matters before us today. Madam Speaker, having heard the last speaker and the Prime Minister, I sat here somewhat in awe, listening not only to the words of the last speaker, but the tone, the clear frustration, the clear level of desperation, with a tinge of acrimony, and with a mouthful of spite against those of us on this side. And Madam Speaker, the frustration is easy. It has been a difficult week for the Prime Minister. And his frustration is not only by persons on this side, but caused, I believe, by some on the other side. And today, the Prime Minister came and began, I thought, in a song manner, attempting to address one issue raised by our colleague on the UNIPET matter, but then attempted to lecture some of us with 4 and 5 university degrees, with education all over the world, and tell us not to be colonial, and not to have a colonial mindset. And Madam Speaker, I decided that I should really intervene at that time. Because I take personal umbrage, and I take umbrage as a member of this team opposite, that we have to get a lecture from Diego Martin West that we are weak and we bend to the colonial master and come out of that mindset. Madam Speaker, I just can't find words to express my feeling of true anger that I will sit here to hear that from a leader of a government. And I will deal with the last matter first. I challenge the Prime Minister and anyone on that side to tell us what measure ever came to this Parliament on Dragonfield.
Yes.
What bill, what motion, what Ministry of Finance order, ministerial order came for positive affirmation? Or what did they ever table that required the opposition to intervene by trying to negatize? And we did not act in the interest of Trinidad and Tobago. The Prime Minister speaks as if this opposition, at some time I was asking my colleague from Cova South, I travel a bit, if some members here packed themselves on a plane and went Venezuela to undo the good work of the Prime Minister and the member for Port of Spain North. And I didn't know that they were doing that. Madam Speaker, the role of the opposition in that Dragonfield matter was to raise questions on the basis of transparency, accountability, and responsibility. And the member know it because he did it when he was here. The Minister of Finance, who will reply later, when we were entering into a negotiation to construct a hospital in Pinal with a company in Canada, he stood on this side, if I'm not mistaken, that seat of Caroni Central, and came with a big long motion, had me here at 3 o'clock in the morning to explain about a contract for the Pinal Hospital from a contractor, S.V. Lavalin, that was named in international scandal and so on. Did I ever accuse Diego Martin Northeast? You're unpatriotic. You don't like your country. You don't want people in Pinal to get an injection or a tablet. Did we take that position? No. We said, what are you talking about? Let us hear. You know what? He was repeating something he heard elsewhere, but we thought he made enough sense. And we took steps at the Ministry of Housing. We canceled all projects with that company. We canceled everything. Remember when Diego Martin Northeast? At that time, I did not think he was unpatriotic to raise that matter. I thought he was acting pursuant to his oath. And he raised a matter. He had his international database and so on, as he's wont to do. He's always well-researched, but most times wrong. So, Madam Speaker, the opposition in this country, I want to put on record because the Prime Minister just spoke on the Hansard. At no time did we ever object to a bill, a motion, or any ministerial order dealing with that Dragonfield deal. In fact, far from it, we warned the government that they were getting into a situation where that country was politically volatile. And therefore, you cannot go about making contracts in that domestic and internationally politically volatile situation. The politics trumped that business deal.
Yes.
And it is not just the leader of the opposition. I think 70 countries in the world, pursuant to the Constitution of Venezuela, recognize Mr. Guaido, not just the leader here. They have a constitutional makeup that is not Westminster. People don't know that. They have a constitutional makeup that is not ours. They have no governor general there. They have no prime minister. And because of their history, they have they have constitutional amendments that provide for if an election is deemed by an independent body to be illegal, what happens next. Correct. They actually have that. So when you recognize Mr. Guaido, you are not malicious, breaking the law. You can't take me to court. That is pursuant to certain protocols and constitutional practice and principles in Venezuela. Rule of law. And today to hear the Prime Minister accusing us that we stood all the time bad talking Dragonfield and bad talking that deal and how important that was. Madam Speaker, I sat 5 years in the cabinet. NGC was always about that Manatee Field. Lauren Manatee Field, working on negotiations with Venezuela to optimize the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm aware of that.
The terms of the dragon.
At no time did this government ever come with a bill, a motion, or any other parliamentary paper, and we did not support Dragonfield. We raised questions. The minister chose to answer some, he did not answer some. On sandals, the member for Couva North in particular must have asked 100 questions on sandals. Yeah. Finally, young Stewart in Barbados answered the question that we could not get in Parliament in Trinidad and gave us something. Correct. Madam Speaker, at no time did we object. In fact, we said we are on record as saying that we believe the future of Tobago is related to these all-inclusive facilities. And not only one, they probably need about 5. But if you do it properly, we're with you. If you do it on the basis of secrecy, and you know it all. Correct. You know, if someone landed from Mars in the last hour and heard the member for Diego Martin West, you think this fellow is some intellectual genius on the energy sector? We're a former oil worker selling pineapple by Palmies Park. Huh? We're a former oil worker, just got charged for selling corn outside the Debe market. Oh, Lord. Yeah. That is the reality. And the Prime Minister speaks with all this great knowledge of the energy sector. And I come to the next point now, which he led off with. The Unipet issue, right? We know it's a private company. I mean, you have to be permanently out of Trinidad not to know Unipet is a private company. We know they have a problem with the distribution now, and Paria, I believe. Yeah. But the Prime Minister and his government takes this position across the board. Not only there, they took it with Answer Metal. They took it with the big company that retrenched a few months ago. Before Yara, there was another company, and Minister Franklin Khan took that position. These are private companies, and that is private commercial business. But early in their term, they gave $30 million to bail out a private toilet paper maker. Yeah. Am I correct?
Yes.
They were bailing out Grand what?
Grand Bay.
Grand Bay. And they said they were giving money because they want to save the jobs of the people. So they were making a loan facility of some sort available.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, did we come and protest? We move any motion to annul that decision? No. But having done that, the government has a role to play even in the private sector, where jobs are at stake, and to wash your hands as they do, which is their policy, and say that is private people business, negotiating with NGC. No, it is the business of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who will lose their job, who will lose their income, whose children can't go to school. That is our business. Now, another government in place Madam Speaker, would have smelled that problem a month before and said, listen, this thing is going to happen. Find a small team, the member for Siparia would do that. She would say, get a small team, Minister of Energy, Minister of Planning, Minister of something related to that, and get a solution. Work to get a solution. Now, it's very fundamental. Listen to the contradiction. The Prime Minister is happy that he journeyed to Houston with the member for Port of Spain North because there was a critical matter involving gas pricing. I remember the newspaper reports coming out at that time suggesting that this team was going to save us there because they were going to end that impasse and settle on the price. And that is the major thing they're doing there. So they knew of the government role in doing that. But the government has no role in saving the jobs of hundreds of workers in Trinidad and Tobago in private companies. They say Yara 50 years old, so they're old and some, they could go through. That's what they say. In the case, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister is raising there, you do not have to wait to go to court with Unipet and Paria. Paria is the government. There's a board of directors, unless I'm not mistaken, that are government members appointed by the cabinet. And I think there's a new man on the job there as well. And Madam Speaker, I come to you now. Let me just finish one. And Madam Speaker, the job of Mr. Newman and others would be to intervene early o'clock, alert their minister that we have a problem. This thing is going to happen, and let's prevent this crisis from happening. And the government, through an interministerial team, work with the board of Paria and try to solve that matter before you go to courthouse. And before, more than that, the people, the citizens suffer, the consumers suffer.
Just to inform, I wasn't aware, it just happened after I spoke. An injunction has been filed by Unipet in this very matter. And even though I did address it in the members, quite properly addressing a response to me, I acknowledge the propriety, but it's now sub judice, and I've just learned that. I apologize, and thank you for giving me.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'll move away from that. I think I made the point pre-injunction. But I move away from that. So the Unipet thing, let's do away with that. The other matter of these gas prices and contracts and so on. For 4.5 years, we have been hearing this. And as I said, the Prime Minister is ending the most frustrating week in his government. On Monday night, when I look at a map they were showing on TV, I saw 2-3 red dots at the side. Madam Speaker, I thought it was crime hotspots. And to move, and it's interesting, to move from one point of red to the other, you have to go through yellow. The next step for them is in the Gulf of Paria. As you push, the next step is the Gulf of Paria. So one has to understand the frustration of the Prime Minister, who believes that I am doing so good. Everything is working out. Performance is good. We look how much we have done. And to see his red being pushed in the Gulf of Paria is a frustrating sight. I agree. But Madam Speaker, that is the reality of politics. And for 4 years, we are hearing that the former government did not negotiate this or that. Madam Speaker, I am informed that of these contracts they're talking about, the contracts were then in 2018, 2019. Yes. We demitted office in 2015, September. Madam Speaker, our position then was a simple position. Of course, we always hope to win. Every government, this government too, notwithstanding the tragedy for them on Monday, the 2nd of December. They hope to win. Nothing is wrong with that. Our position was that we will allow the next government, which we thought was our government, but we would have had personnel change and so on, all governments do. We would say by October, November, December of that year, allow the new minister, the new government, the new board to get into their negotiations and develop, because we still had a 2-year, 2.5-year lead for some of those contracts. Because you could not be starting negotiations with one minister, one board, one this, one that. Government change, you know the new board say? That is bubble. Look at bubble going on with that contract negotiations. This one wasn't qualified, this one did not do this didn't do that. A new minister would come and say, listen, I don't like the approach to that. Let's start over. So, Madam Speaker, it was prudent. Just like they say with the Mitsubishi plant. Madam Speaker, it was prudent for us to take a position that since these contracts were going to end in 18, 19, and so on, let the new administration and new personnel begin immediately after the general election. But up to now, when they face a general election in a few months, we are hearing about that. Madam Speaker, the people of this country are taking that now. I mean, if you really wanted the litmus test of what people think, you got it on Monday. You got it on Monday. And they are not studying who didn't negotiate the gas price then. They're studying what's happening to me today. If they could get gas. If they can get water. So, in the energy sector, Madam Speaker, to hear the Prime Minister of this country, who sat in a cabinet before, for many years before he was fired. He was in the Manning cabinet, when everything went down with the Malcolm Jones fiasco. Everything was in the cabinet. With one or two others, I think Lavantel West was fired earlier. But he was around the compound at the time. And Madam Speaker, Today, the Prime Minister lecturing us that Petrotrin had a debt, and we knew it, and we did nothing, and so on. Where did that come from? Kuchawantres? Where it come from? It came from the years of the Malcolm Jones, Ken Julian, and yes, Lenny Safe era. World GTL. When the Prime Minister hit this line of those of us on this side, come out of your colonial shackles. And I just went and quickly researched, Madam Speaker. There was a gentleman whose name I will never forget so long as I live, and even after. His name is David Loring. He was the CEO of World GTL. And David Loring, in an email which we have, but I'll tell you because I don't want to find and read now. One day, they were asking Petrotrin to pay about $500 million more on something, or to advance $500 million. Hear it, 500 million. And David Loring wrote Malcolm Jones an email, and he said, I want to tell you, you're holding back. My wife has more courage than you. She can spend money. Well, Malcolm Jones proved him wrong. The next day, Petrotrin let go 500 million. But we colonial. David Loring writing Trinidad and Tobago Malcolm Jones and saying, my wife has more courage than you. You all are weak. We promised to bring technology. We promised to bring plant. We promised to bring investment. And then, Madam Speaker, Petrotrin, under the Malcolm Jones, they made loan arrangements. And they had pretty words in banking, but the effect of is if you default, we pay. Yeah. That's the effect of it. There are prettier words in banking to tell you about that. But it means that if they guarantee a loan where if Petrotrin default, Petrotrin pay. But you know if David Loring default, as they did, Petrotrin and the taxpayer pay. And they calling us what? Weak. And we must come out of colonial. When David Loring in the United States of America, wherever he is now, knows about $16 billion from Petrotrin that led us to this crisis. Madam Speaker, a lot will be said and maybe a lot of books will be written, Madam Speaker, about Petrotrin in the years and so on ahead. A lot will be said about Petrotrin because, you see, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of data on this Petrotrin matter. And eventually people will write. It will be the subject of some type of social commentary, academic interest as well. But, Madam Speaker, look at this. In a note, Petrotrin, Petroleum Company of Trinidad and Tobago, internal release, audited results for fiscal year 2017. Madam Speaker, this is called Financial Accounting, and it is dated March 5th, 2018. I have it here. And the Prime Minister knows it too. I'm sure you would have seen it somewhere. Audited results, Madam Speaker, for fiscal 2017. For the fiscal year 2017, the company's earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, etc., and cash from operating amounted to TT 1.3 billion and positive cash inflows of 2.5 billion respectively. When I'm not quoting from the administration of the partnership. This is under their administration. Petrotrin in March 2018 is declaring that the year before they earned $2.5 billion in positive cash inflow. Madam Speaker, the refinery had an investment between the Manning administration and the Prasad-Bissessar administration, took an investment of 1.6 billion United States dollars. Why did Mr. Manning and later our government invest so massively in the refinery? For somebody else to come and sell it? That's what we did that for? No. Because all the technical reports and so on suggested that that could make a profit. And it was making the profit. The statements on the refinery alone, if you move away exploration and so on. Madam Speaker, they will get their figures, we will get our figures. But you know one figure they can't get is if you ask them to produce any report by the independent consultants that recommend the closure of the refinery. That's one report they can't get. You know who is the independent reporter? The independent technical professional report to close the refinery came from the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. We paid $63 million in consultancy on Petrotrin. They cannot produce one report that suggested closure of the refinery. Yep. And today, the Prime Minister lectures. You all know the debt. If we didn't know how the debt come there, and what would you have done? But Heritage just took out a loan of 720 million United States dollars to buffer, to renegotiate. What did they do? But how come you couldn't do that with Petrotrin? Split up the areas into divisions, clear them of debt, and then go for the same loan arrangements to deal with your debt. We had the plan. But no, they decided to close down everything. Listen on, mash up. And you know another statement, there was a famous PNM minister who said in the 80s or something, all are we something. I didn't want to use the word here, but Desmond Carty was made famous. The former chairman of that entity there, when he said one night, everybody gone. Don't call me, don't ask me, all gone, all gone. Don't wake me up 10 o'clock in the night to ask me if you stay in and something. Everybody gone. That would summarize their term of office. And today, if the people in the southern belt and all over this country move the way they move on Monday, and what has happened, that major shock they got, you know, they suffered a lot of shocks on that day. That shock in San Fernando is a result of that closure of Petrotrin, and they will not understand it because they still believe that they did the right thing. You see, the Prime Minister is the leader of the government, and it's very important to hear Prime Ministers speak because they tell you by talking and sometimes by extempo, you know. They can extempo policy, a Prime Minister. And the member for Diego Martin West, extempo policy. He looks at these state enterprises that the member claims losing money and looks at the money part, the cash, how much money the taxpayer is spending, how much money the taxpayer losing, what is the balance sheet like. But the balance sheet when you're in government has to do with how many people employed, how much businesses created, what is the economic activity you generate, what is the precious foreign exchange you are earning. That is how you make a balance sheet in government. It is not just the issue of the money. It is the issue of the people. And to hear the Prime Minister speak in this way, you know but at no time did the Prime Minister today tell the 5,000 plus people, look, I'm sorry. I'm making fun of Tabakit by saying Tabakit has alternative plans for Tulum and so on. Madam Speaker, when they retrenched the workers in Petrotrin, they said, don't worry, we're going with the waterfront development in San Fernando. You could sell, you could go down on the waterfront and sell nuts. You could go down on the waterfront and sell chubby. That's what the Prime Minister said. He said that would sap up labor and employment. On Marabella line on Monday, that was the shock of their life on Marabella line. They want a PD that the PNM would normally get 400 votes and the UNC 10. They won that by 3 votes on Monday. By 3. In La Romaine, they called for a recount out of shock. It couldn't be by the results. But that is a result of this type of policy that you just extempo along as you go along and promise people the moon and the stars. I said it before, I sometimes feel sorry for the member for San Fernando West in the position he's in. Because he's so happy, he beat his chest and talk about the waterfront project. Madam Speaker, when you go down there, you see 2 stray dogs and a crapo. They put up one big sign. Somebody make a little change from the sign. Because a nice big sign, I saw it. That's all it have is the same fisherman, the same fisher boat, the same Milo and Buljol that you get down there that you used to get 25 years ago. Nothing has changed. And I want to tell colleagues that nothing will change. Huh? In 8 months, there's nothing you will build. What do you think? In 8 months, we'll go down there and find it there like the North Coast in Scandinavia? In 8 months, we'll go down there and find, something? No. They might multiply the stray dog. But there will be nothing. And the Prime Minister speaks today, with this passion that he's on the right track. And those of us on the side on the wrong track, because we didn't support Dragon Deal. And they have the national interest at stake. And always want to say, I wasn't elected to be re-elected. You were elected to develop the prosperity of Trinidad and Tobago. Did you do it, yes or no? And Madam Speaker, I want to pick up on some of these things. I accuse the opposition. We don't understand the future of Trinidad and Tobago. What is the future of Trinidad and Tobago? Sending everybody home?
We really don't.
If that is it, we don't. What is the future of Trinidad? Shutting down businesses? Well, then we don't understand that neither.
Confusion to get gas.
Taxes, confusion to get gas. In a few weeks' time, depending on what happens, in a few hours, the minister may be with a bullhorn by the bank, calling for order, Madam Speaker. So the Prime Minister tell us, we don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, with a bullhorn by the bank. Madam Speaker, we don't understand the future. Yeah, you know. And you know, the minister look, let me leave here. Yeah, are we making up story because we don't have any plans and policy? We outlined a national economic transformation plan, about 45 pages of plan. Huh? Wasn't here? The creative sector member for Tabakit spoke about it. The sector in health, we worked, Madam Speaker, to put the infrastructure in place for health tourism, for education tourism. We worked to put in for sports because we knew from the beginning that it is so hard at this stage of the game to compete and beat the other islands in the Caribbean. They have really advanced 30 years in front of us in terms of what's called traditional tourism. So we said we would not try that. We don't have money to do that. You have to have money to invest in tourism. The member for San Fernando East will know that. So what we said is that, listen, in health, education, we have a comparative advantage. Correct. We have the human resource capacity. We could put the infrastructure in place and let's start earning US dollars foreign exchange by health, education, and other sectors that we can earn foreign exchange. And buffer across from the energy sector. And then came the PNM. And it fell. I don't know. It would take a lot of effort on our part to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. It will take a lot of effort when we get back there, Madam Speaker. Because they are saying to start back the refinery is about how much? 2 billion TT? Yes. About 2 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars to start back after the quote-unquote mothballing. So that's the price of mothballing that the taxpayer will find. I don't know where it will come from, but they'll have to find that. So, Madam Speaker, we had this vision that they came. You know what's interesting? Several of their ministers are now happily rocking back a nice soft chair, enjoying buildings put up by Shoguana's East in the main road there. Rock back and enjoying the facility. We build that. They quarrel the license office in Frederick Settlement. We build that for them. They quarrel the San Fernando Teaching Hospital. We build that for them. Most of my colleagues are opposite. Rock back on the towers and tell me about this great view of the Gulf of Paria from the government campus. We outfit that for you. UWI South Campus in Debe, well, we're waiting. Aviation. The Aviation Center, the Couva Children Hospital. Listen, when you talk about money, we could tell you where it go. We could tell you where it went. Can you tell us where $265 billion went? Can you? And to hear members opposite talking about people have what? Plastic bag, bury behind the house or wherever, and how much money could fit in carry box and things. Madam Speaker, when you reach to that point, your next step is in the Gulf of Paria. That's the next step. Because I'll tell you something. After 4.5 years, you all have information, you have intelligence, you know everything about what went wrong and who corrupt and so on. Go to the authorities and tell the authorities, go and look for plastic bag. Go. If they want, Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to bring from my constituents 6 shovels and give them. I'll give you 6 shovels. But nothing else. You know, Madam Speaker. I give them 6 shovels and say, go and find it. But they can't because what happened from day one, they took rum shop politics and made policy. And propaganda. And today, the population have seen through. They were exposed brutally on Monday, December 2nd. They were exposed brutally, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some of them didn't know if they're going or if they're coming. Some going already. And I heard, Madam Speaker, and by this time next year, I will miss several of my colleagues opposite. I wish them all the best. Half of them, Madam Speaker, are unemployable and the next half untrainable. So I wish them well. Madam Speaker, a point I just wanted to raise. But the member for Karen East is a very decent man. Shogwan. Please.
Okay, please.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Shogwan East is a kind man, and we will have to work on that and de-kind him. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister alerted us in his speech. He said, do you know how much it costs to drill a hole, a dry hole, if you have to do that by yourself. Because see, there's this ongoing narrative, ongoing war of words between government speakers, members of the opposition, former Energy Minister Kevin Ramnarine, and others, over incentivization strategy. Right. That's what they're arguing about all the time. The government members say, no, you're selling out to the colonials. Notwithstanding $16 billion went from Petrotrin. You're selling out to the colonials. We want to be tough. We want to go in the boardroom and tell them, listen, none of that. We want the profit. That leads to this attitude that they have. Take your plant and go. Yeah. Madam Speaker, they did take the plant and go. Right. Lost jobs in Labre. Yeah. Lost economic activity in Labre. They went to Mexico to construct offshore platforms while it could have been done here. Take your plant and go. So the incentive strategy is where we differ. On this side, we believe, listen, we know what it costs to drill your own dry hole, and the Prime Minister knows about that too. But the taxpayer cannot get that kind of money for that investment. You have to make an incentive. When they come and they dig the dry hole, and many like that, of course, and they find their oil, yes, they will benefit. It is incentive. They will get back their capital outflow. And eventually, after a period of time, we can argue whether it's 3 years, 5 years, the Trinidad and Tobago country, the taxpayer will get a return on that investment. Otherwise, what do? Close down CPEP and URP and take piece of the money and say we're going to dig dry hole. And when you find dry hole, it has nothing in it. And you close down CPEP and URP and UTT. Madam Speaker, no. There's a strategy of dealing with incentives. And, you know, the Prime Minister betrays an attitude that I pointed out before I point again. I don't think he wants to see anybody make a profit. Except somebody. No, you cannot lead a country when you're watching everybody profit line and saying, aha, I have to deal with you in London. I have to deal with you in Houston. He's busy looking at everybody in Houston and London and forget the people in Labre, Point Fortin, San Fernando. I want to tell Mr. Prime Minister, the shareholders of Houston of BP will not vote for him. They're voting for him. It's the electorate of Trinidad and Tobago. And the people here must be served. And the former government went into negotiations with our eyes wide open. We knew if we did not present incentives, we will not get the long-term return to the country, which they are receiving now, in a classic case, which they are receiving. So today, they cannot find money to undertake drilling themselves, but they say the UNC partnership government, we sell out when we negotiated for the oil companies and the energy giants to come onto Trinidad and Tobago and conduct exploration onshore and offshore. But that is the sacrifice you make. What did you gain for all that negotiation of prices? The closure of half of Point Lisas? That's the gain? And this is I hate to say it, but this is a third world mimic men type of syndrome that we are in. Naipaul describes this. You sit in Trinidad and Tobago with a three-piece suit, a nice fluorescent tie, and a towel in your front pocket, and you say you're big in the world. You're big in the world. Yeah, you have a piece of dirt in the Caribbean, you sit in the United Nations, and you say you're big. And when it comes to serving the people, employment, job creation, economic activity, business expansion, you have nothing. Health, you have nothing to show of significance. But you beat your chest in New York and make bold speech. We stood up to this and stood up to that. That is a crisis we face. It's a leadership. I mean, the Prime Minister is right. He's the best salesman. He sell out everything. He's the best salesman the country has ever seen. He sell out everything. Because have nothing left. Madam Speaker, when they take off the lights and leave the room empty. In a few months when they leave the government, when we put on the lights, I don't know what we'll see over there. Everything has just every sector. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to reflect on that. Colonial-minded opposition. That is what the Prime Minister was saying. His words exactly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in closing, the bill, we are not troubled by this bill. It is pursuant to the Appropriation Act. We are not troubled at all. I think I was asked, send some material as well on the solar matter. The minister did make the point, which I think anybody who goes to Barbados knows. Barbados invested in this policy for decades, not today. and they're moving forward with that. Solar energy. But we have to also ask a question. Several governments over the years, both the partnership, Mr. Manning's administrations over a period of time, have given incentives to solar heater and solar powered goods and so on. CNG and things. There's an issue that we have to raise, and it's a policy issue. Do we have reports on what has happened with those policies? Has it benefited the problem that you are trying to solve? If it is a carbon footprint problem, is it the dependency on fossil fuel? What has been the return of the policy? These policies are not new. The minister come here, and yes, he will throw a few dollars more here, throw a few dollars more there. As the minister himself said, we're moving up from 2,000 to 10,000 with solar heater. Tell us, let's say in the last 10 years, what has been the returns from that? Tell us that out of 500,000 households, we now have 75,000 households being powered by alternative power. We now have water heaters in 300,000 households. Tell us the effect of a policy rather than just throw the money, throw the incentive towards the tax, what is called the tax credit, linking tax credit to a positive action, which is what they do with the solar business. And we still have, Madam Speaker, potential. We had identified in Mayaro, in that constituency of Mayaro, on that coast, the potential for wind energy. There was at some time a talk in the HDC, at the level of the board and so on, about an HDC site on the East Coast that could be a pilot that could use wind energy for the entire housing estate. That is something we could talk about. The future in that area is extremely dynamic. Deceased Professor Julian Kenny, former chairman of the AMA, also spoke about, going underground in the sea and generating power. Geothermal power from the ocean to create electricity. When he was saying that 20 years ago, I think some people laughed. Today, that is a reality that you can look at, Madam Speaker. So the alternative energy options are many. Solar is only one, because I think you could see it on the roof. But there are many other options that are available. And the former government knew that. Madam Speaker, one day there was a national blackout in this country. Complete national blackout. You may have it on Sunday if I read the TNTech advisory. The only thing that will be lit in Trinidad is the surveillance base on the highway built by the partnership administration. That's the only thing. It was a $10 million project to light solar base for security and crime, and it was, I think, the brainchild of former Commissioner Dwayne Gibbs. But you can't expect it to work 6 years and you are not maintaining, you are not doing any maintenance, changing, doing nothing. They dismantle it. Yeah. They must be gone in the night and take that too. Yeah. Madam Speaker, the solar lighting, we were looking at solar lighting, for example, in public institutions. That's right. In parks, in schools, HDC housing, police stations, all these type of institutions of the state. You can put solar light in there and reduce your energy costs and energy dependence. Start first with the state, because there is a investment outlay that you have to make, and the private sector will not. Madam Speaker, we were close to bringing our the recycling beverage container recycling bill that create more jobs. Because the alternative energy sector is a job-creating sector. It's one of the few job-creating sectors alive. Is alternative energy. And if you can tap that to create your jobs, create your economic activity, you do well. But Madam Speaker, I don't want to sell out more of any manifesto matters to the colleagues opposite. Notwithstanding, they will do nothing. But Madam Speaker, we are not interested in giving any more ideas, because they have run out. They have run out of time. The member for Tabakit, again, make fun out of the member for Tabakit notion and on culture, calling it Tulum, on culture and creative sector and so on, and capacity to attract foreign exchange. Everything now is foreign exchange attraction. That's everything that we do now. And that sector has the greatest potential outside of energy because of the nature of Trinidadian and Tobagonian society, driven by entertainment, driven by all that goes with entertainment, dancing, singing, and the other areas. And that is an indigenous sector that can attract tourism as well. And it is not just the carnival. You see, there's this monolithic obedience to the carnival season. Yeah, there's a monolithic obedience to the carnival season. But it involves as well the Diwali celebrations, the period around Eid, the period around anywhere that people travel and come with foreign exchange for a celebration of some kind. That is what is involved. The festival type tourism, so you attract people to come down here. So, Madam Speaker, if you really spell out a policy with that type of tourism, specific, education, health, sports, I'm happy to know that they have now football center and so on established in Central that ties into the stadia project that we built. Yes. Because, I mean, the house of football went next to the football stadium. It's a UNC government that built the football stadium, so they put a house of football next to it. And sustainable. Our vision was to have teams, Manchester United, Liverpool, Tottenham, and so on, coming in the off-season for training. Bring in the pounds, bring in the US dollars to use for that. And that is, again, Madam Speaker, there was a swimming meet in this country a year or two ago. Yeah. I was in Port of Spain on a Friday. And I was told that there was not one single hotel room available in Port of Spain. I asked why. This was not Carnival. And they said there was an international Caribbean Latin American meet in Cuba. Everybody kept it a secret. But a swim meet. But every single hotel room was full. Taxi drivers working. Caterers working overtime. Providers of fruits. All their supply went. Providers of all the services around the hotel. All captured in Port of Spain. You know what was interesting, Madam Speaker? Hairdressers were reporting that the hotel contract them when you have these international things, apparently, because people come and, I mean, I don't know too much about it myself, but people have to fix up their hair, San Fernando East. And no, don't do that. They have to fix themselves up for all these business. And the community of people who were doing hairdressing and makeup and all these type of things were reporting that they got enormous work in Port of Spain. All the hotels contracted them for a day or two. And some, I believe, whether I don't want to say because I don't know the legality of it, were earning US dollars for their service. So that, Madam Speaker, is the vision that we share because it is a small island. Madam Speaker, it's a small island, so you can afford, you could afford to look at 10 different sectors, develop it, and you will help the whole. But what do? You close down, you shut down, you take a bully approach. We can't help anybody. That's the private sector. Don't help them. That's their business. So Unipet gone, Yara gone, Ansela Metal gone. Unilever, right. Next on the block. And I think they came under the partnership administration. They did not make a massive investment under our administration. It took them 4 years to discover what is happening. They're gone. The government approach will be, that is a private sector. We can't tell them what to do. Everybody gone. Madam Speaker, the workers at Unilever gone, Yara gone, Petrotrin gone, Ansela Metal gone. The only employment unit has to go now is the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Member Carter, son.
Thank you for recognizing me. It has been a long day so far, but I'm extremely glad to be just here to present just a small part of the bill. Madam Speaker, all we have heard today is how to raise funds by incentives or by taxation to some extent. I just want to point the Minister to the section 3 of the bill, where it starts off by saying in section 10B, 1B, you delete the words the export of, and in B part of it, by deleting the words where goods have been exported as a result of such expenditure and substituting the words where the service, goods or agricultural produce has as a result of such expenditure been exported to a foreign market, etc., you'll be given the tax allowance. Madam Speaker, I just want to point the Minister to 10B in the Parent Act, the Corporation Act. 10B says, in computing for the purpose of corporation tax the profits of a company for a year of income, there shall be allowed promotional expense wholly and exclusively incurred in order to create or promote the expansion of foreign markets for the export of A, architectural engineering, design, quantity surveying or contracting services in connection with the building industry where such services are performed by a person resident in Trinidad and Tobago for a recipient who is outside Trinidad and Tobago, and it goes on to goods, etc., will be equivalent to 150% of the amount actually expended. Madam Speaker, it is specific in Section 3 of that Act, where it says, a company may only qualify for an allowance under this section in respect of promotional expenses occurred in order to create or promote the expansion of foreign markets for the export of services referred to in subsection 1A, which points to the architectural, engineering design, and contracting services for only the building industry. Now, it goes on, Madam Speaker, when in the bill before us, Section 3B, it talks about services, etc., goods or agricultural produce as a result of such expenditure being reported. The reason I asked the Minister about the medical services, I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker, because sometimes we have a vibrant medical industry in this country. I belong to it, I express my interest, and we do procedures in Trinidad and Tobago that are not found anywhere in the Caribbean itself. And sometimes, in order to attract business, and if we want to attract business and promote, we have to send representatives to the different trade fairs, to the other countries, to speak to doctors, to speak to companies, etc. And when you look in Section 5 of the Parent Act, that'll be 10B5, it says promotional expenses means expenses occurred in respect of services referred to in subsection 1A, which is what I just spoke about, the engineering part of building industry, or goods and agricultural produce manufactured or produced in Trinidad and Tobago in 1A, advertising in foreign markets, providing promotional literature for overseas distribution, C, the participation in trade fairs, trade missions, and similar promotion activities, D, overseas travel for the purposes of conducting promotional activities, E, providing free samples and technical information on products, F, inviting buyers to Trinidad and Tobago, G, the recruitment of specialist sales personnel operating in foreign markets for a maximum of 2 years, and H, conducting foreign market surveys. Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to say, we are giving incentives in this bill, tax allowance incentives, for people who are exporting their services only to the building industry. Yet we are in what we call the digital age. We are in an age, Madam Speaker, digital as well as medical advancements, etc., together with educational advancements. And in order to attract, 1, medical services, 2, educational offshore medical services or offshore or services for educational things in Trinidad and Tobago, you have to promote. Now, why is it only the building industry could benefit from these tax allowances, yet we have medical establishments in this country that do things that are not found elsewhere in the Caribbean? I will say there's something that we do here, which I do, and I say my interest. High-intensity focal ultrasound is only found in Trinidad and Tobago. Nowhere else has it other than North America, and it's for prostate cancer. 2, we have a large, in fact, recently there has been put down a PET-CT scanner. None else is found in the Caribbean, and they have to market up island through trade fairs, etc. The other thing too, Madam Speaker, we have a very strong radiotherapy center in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's not found anywhere except Jamaica. Jamaica does it, but the other islands don't do it. We were going to do, Madam Speaker, the National Oncology Center with the only cyclotron in the Caribbean, which would be producing radiopharmaceuticals. That has not come to pass. With all these things, Madam Speaker, I'm asking the Minister of Finance to look at the bill, and instead of just subjecting it only to engineering and architectural services, if he could put general services that are of an export nature. In other words, that will be able to bring in, Madam Speaker, foreign exchange, vital foreign exchange. I go also, Madam Speaker, to the educational part of it. Tobago needs an offshore medical school to generate educational tourism. We are speaking about offshore medical schools, Madam Speaker, for Couva Hospital. These are things that are coming forward. We have a vibrant educational system, our educational sector. And also, in order to produce university movements, Madam Speaker, we need to promote it. So those are services that will benefit and bring in foreign exchange, Madam Speaker, if it is not just confined to building and architectural services. I think when this was done in the early days, 2003, etc., the other industries were not as advanced as the building industry. Also, Madam Speaker, we belong to the digital age. There are universities online that Trinidadians can promote their services, together with app development, online services, consultancy services. There is even psychiatric services online. People could generate psychiatric and telemedicine services. Madam Speaker, all these services are the services of the future. We are stuck right now in this bill servicing the past. How many people really and truly give engineering services and design services up the islands or on foreign markets? I would like to get an indication of exactly how many of them are doing that. So I'm appealing to the minister, if he could see it, and he promised he'd look at the drafter, that if he could see it, to give general services, not just, or find a way to draft in other services. Madam Speaker, I just wanted a lot has been said on this bill. I just want to tell the minister, he's the Minister of Finance, and Section 5, the second schedule of the Custom Act is amended to go from $3,000 to $5,000. It would have been, I think, a better thing, Madam Speaker, to put a cap of $1,000 because that is what happens when you come into the airport and you have goods. If it's less than $1,000, they don't call Trinidad dollars, you have to get an entry done for your goods. If it's less than, $1,000, you don't have to get an entry. If it's more than $1,000 US, you have to get an entry. So they quote it in US dollars for entries and getting a broker, whereas we are talking about $5,000 TT. I think $1,000 US would have been, you should think about it. Also, Mr. Minister, can you also look into the fact when a flight lands or 2 or 3 flight lands in Trinidad and Tobago, you're going through the green line, every single person is checked, Madam Speaker. It makes no sense. If you go to North America, you go to England, you go to different places where a lot more passengers go through, what they do with the Advanced Passenger Information Service, they know what's there, you fill out your form online or however you want to do it, and you are randomly checked. In Trinidad and Tobago, for some strange reason, every single person is checked. Now, January 1st, we are doing away with the immigration forms. I would like to recommend to the Minister of Finance, who is not listening, that we basically, Madam Speaker, we basically look at randomly checking the entry to customs in the airport or wherever else. In Mexico, Madam Speaker, you get a bell, you hit the bell, if it rings, you go to customs, if it not, you don't go. Well, Madam Speaker, I don't want to belay the topic. I'm not very good at fluffing, as I say, Madam Speaker, but I'd like to just mention those 2 things because I think it's very important to put a different idea and different spin to what we have in front of us. Thank you very much.
Very good. Yeah.
Minister of Finance.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as much as I would like to accommodate the member for Barataria, Sanwó, he has misunderstood the meaning, intent, and effect of Section 10B of the Act, of the Corporation Tax Act. This provision was enacted as far back as 1984 and was amended in 1994 and in 1989. And if you look at the marginal note, and if you look at the text of Section 10B of the Corporation Tax itself, it is designed to promote expansion of foreign markets, export of our services to foreign markets. It is not designed to encourage foreigners to come to Trinidad to purchase our services or to avail themselves of our services. That is another section of our tax laws. This is designed specifically and has been designed specifically for over 20 years and amended by successive governments, including the governments that were in power in 84, 89, and 94, dealing specifically with export of Trinidad and Tobago goods and services. So the amendment before the House today in this finance bill deals only with allowing I would call it an improvement to the allowance for promotional expenses for export, to allow exporters of goods and services to CARICOM, first-time exporters of goods and services to CARICOM, to avail themselves of this allowance for promotional expenses. If you look at the structure of the Act itself, a sixth schedule was created specifically for export of goods and services. And in that sixth schedule, there were a number of countries that were identified as not qualifying or not being eligible for tax allowances for promotional expenses for exports, and that was CARICOM. And that has a lot to do with the Treaty of CARICOM. It has a lot to do with complaints that perhaps we are giving our manufacturers and our service providers undue advantage by giving them some sort of concession or subsidy to allow them to export into CARICOM. This in itself may become contentious, what we're doing here. And this is why we're limiting it to simply first-time exporters and not treading into dangerous waters such as expansion of new products and expansion of new markets within CARICOM, because that in itself could result in a complaint from a member country in CARICOM and lead to a challenge in the Caribbean court with respect to unfair treatment of manufacturers in other countries as compared to manufacturers in Trinidad and Tobago. So this, you have to be very, very careful with sections like this, and this bill is only designed, the only intent of the amendment before the House is to allow our manufacturers and providers of goods and services and agricultural produce to export into CARICOM for the first time. They can't do it, they can't continue to do it. They have to be first-time exporters. So it's something you have to be very careful about, and this section has nothing to do with encouraging persons to come here and utilize our goods and services. That is in other parts of the tax laws. And as I said, while I would like to accommodate you, and I certainly will give it a lot of thought and see what can be done to encourage persons to come here and avail themselves of our services, because it will presumably earn some foreign exchange, it will stimulate economic activity, and so on. Madam Speaker, I just want to deal with some of the points raised by members opposite that bear no relationship to reality. I have published this information before, but I would like to publish it again. I'll publish it in this Parliament now. Petrotrin, before it was restructured and separated into different entities such as Trinidad Petroleum, Heritage Petroleum, Guaracara Refining, Old Petrotrin, and so on. Before that happened, what Petrotrin did is it kept separate accounts for the refinery operations and separate accounts for its oil production operations. So they had an R&M division, as they call it, refining and marketing. So this would be the division that dealt with conversion of oil into gasoline, into diesel, etc. That's refining. And marketing, which would be distribution of fuel to NP, to Unipet, and within the Caribbean, R&M, okay? And the other division they had was E&P, exploration and production. However, under our tax laws at this point in time, if you are an integrated oil company, you can't separate activities. You can't separate refining and marketing from exploration and production. You have to look at all of your expenses and your income in terms of declaring a loss or a profit. But like any corporation with separate economic activities, Petrotrin always kept separate accounts for exploration and production and for refining and marketing. So it could see where it was making money and where it was losing money. And contrary to the statements made by the absent member for Oropouche East, and he has a habit of doing that when he knows what he's saying is incorrect, when you look at the separate accounts for the refinery, Madam Speaker, I have published this already in the public domain. It has been published in the newspapers. It has been published in various statements and so on emanating from the Ministry of Finance. When you look at this, when you look at the separate accounts of the refinery on a standalone basis, in 2013, the refinery lost $1 billion. In 2014, the refinery lost $1.2 billion, Madam Speaker. And in 2015, the refinery lost $1.25 billion. And in 2016, the refinery lost $4.8 billion. And that is not new. And that is not accidental. That is not, Madam Speaker, that is not accidental. What the previous government was doing for many, many years is that the losses in the refinery, which were in the billions, were being hidden as something called deferred tax credits. So what they were doing, and it's very germane and appropriate for this debate, what Petrotrin will be doing in all the years, losing money in the refinery in the billions and hiding those losses by putting them under a line item in their financial statements, deferred tax credits. So they put a value on them and said, we will use these losses as an asset to write off against future profits. So what they were saying is that if we ever make profit in the future, we could take these accumulated losses in the refinery, write them off against the profits, and declare another loss, and so therefore not have to pay tax. But under the new financial rules, the new international financial standards, you can't do that anymore. With the new financial standards that have come into play in the last couple of years, you can't hide losses. So what the accountants told Petrotrin finally when this government came in 2016 is that for years we have been treating losses in the refinery as a deferred tax credit, and we can no longer do so. We will not be able to give you a clean bill of health. We did it for years, but now with the international financial standards, we have to let the chips fall where they may. And they brought to book almost $5 billion in losses in the refinery that had been hidden inside the books in Petrotrin. Hence the reason why the refinery lost $4.8 billion in 2016. And then no matter what was going on, no matter what the price of oil was, the refinery continued to lose $1.9 billion in the next year and so on. So you had an entity, and the source is Petrotrin's official accounts, the state enterprise's official accounts. That's the source. These documents were given to us in the Ministry of Finance. We are the official supervisor of state enterprises. There's something called the Corporation Sole Act. The Minister of Finance is the corporation sole and holds all the shares of all enterprises owned by the state. That is the Minister of Finance. And that gives the Minister of Finance the authority and the power to supervise state enterprises and to call upon state enterprises to report to the Ministry of Finance. So I can say without any fear of contradiction that the source of these figures is Petrotrin reporting to the Ministry of Finance through the Investments Division, reporting to the corporation sole, who happens at this point in time to be myself. So that you had a situation where the refinery was losing billions and billions and billions of dollars. And the reason why the auditors in 2016 decided they had to bring to book this almost $5 billion in losses in the refinery that had been hidden from sight before was that they concluded, and this is in writing, they concluded that in its present configuration, the refinery would never make a profit. Because under the old financial rules, you could carry forward losses and call them credits if you felt that the entity would make a profit sometime in the future. It was not just applicable to the oil sector, but applicable to all businesses. In the olden days, if you had accumulated losses, you could put them in your financial statements as tax credits, deferred as current assets, as my colleague on the right says to me. You could do that, but you have to prove to the auditors that the entity will eventually make a profit against which you can apply these deferred tax credits. The auditors in 2016 said definitively this refinery will never make a profit in its current configuration, and therefore we must bring to book these accumulated losses in the form of losses. So those are the facts. There is no doubt that the refinery was losing of the order of $2 billion a year for many, many, many years. And I mean, come on. You look all around the world and you know why. It was the cost of operation. The operational cost in Petrotrin was just completely out of sync with any other refinery in the world. And everybody knows that. These are not secrets. These are not things that are debatable. It's a fact that the cost structure in Petrotrin was just unworkable. Those are facts. So I wanted to put that on the record, that story, that Anansi story that came from Arapuch East, that if you separate the accounts, you will see the refinery was making money. Not so. The refinery was dragging down Petrotrin, and the refinery was pulling down Petrotrin of the tune of $2 billion a year, and those are the official figures. So I thought it was necessary to put that into the system, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, a final list of amendments have been circulated. Madam Speaker, on Monday, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel sent to the Parliament actually on Friday, and it was circulated on Monday, I'm advised. All members were circulated with these amendments, bar 1 or 2, on Monday of this week. Certainly the first page, half of the second page, the entire third page, and member for Caroni East, seems like you can't count. There are not 5 pages, there are 3 pages. And of those 3 pages, 2.5 of these pages were available to members since Monday of this week. That's a fact. Yeah, sure. So that, Madam Speaker, we have included some typographical corrections. So there's an amendment to clause 3 that we will talk about at the committee stage. As I indicated earlier, in doing the bill, the fashion industry was inadvertently left out of the increase in the credit for expenditure. So that is now corrected by amending Section 10Q of the Income Tax Act to include for the fashion industry. 10Q is the one that deals with the fashion industry. We're also correcting an anomaly that existed with the environmental tax on tires. An error was made, and the environmental tax was imposed only on used tires, and the intention really was all tires. So that we have amended the amendments to amend Section 27D of the Miscellaneous Tax Act to make it crystal clear that the environmental tax on tires, the disposal tax, is on all tires. Because we do have a big problem with the disposal of tires in our environment. They find themselves into rivers and streams and backyards and sometimes front yards. Yes. So that whether a tire is old or new, when it is no longer useful, it has to be disposed of. So really, in the budget statement and in the decision of the government, we had intended for this to apply to all tires, and a drafting mistake was made. That was not seen at the time. Madam Speaker, we also wish to avail ourselves of Treasury bills, because Treasury bills are an instrument for raising finance. very useful tool. In fact, we had a consultant from the Commonwealth Secretariat who looked at the way we do business in Trinidad and Tobago. For example, when the government borrows from the central bank, which you've had to do, this country has had to do since around 2012. That is when the government's current account went into overdraft. When the government borrows from the central bank by way of overdraft, it pays the repo rate. That is just how it is. So the repo rate had been at 4.75% for years, and it was raised some time ago to 5%. So the current repo rate is 5%. So that whether you borrow the money for 1 day or you borrow it for 1 year, you have to pay the repo rate. And interest rates really are a function of time. So if you issue a treasury bill for 3 months, you'll have a very low interest rate, maybe 1% to 1.5%, that sort of thing. If you issue a treasury bill for 6 months, you might get a better interest rate, 3% or something like that. But you'd really have to get up into several years before you have a treasury bill that would be attracting interest at the repo rate. So that what we've decided to do is to give the government flexibility to utilize treasury bills as a source of financing rather than only relying upon the overdraft. So if, for example, you take $1 billion in treasury bills at an interest rate of 2 or 3%, that is going to save the country considerably more money than if you have to use the overdraft because you get charged the repo rate on the overdraft. So we're increasing. Yes. So we are allowing the government the flexibility to use treasury bills rather than borrowing through the overdraft. And I just want to say that the headroom on a lot of the acts that we have at this point in time, the Development Loans Act, the State Enterprises Act, and so on, the headroom is in the many billions of dollars. Some of those limits have headroom of over $10 billion at this point in time. But even when you go into the market, whether the local market or the overseas market, you're going to be borrowing at about 5%. That is the international rate at this point in time. So we consider it sensible, and this has been done before. This was done some years ago. We consider it sensible to give ourselves the flexibility to use treasury bills at a much lower interest rate for short-term borrowing rather than be stuck with only the other pieces of legislation that limit you to a very high percentage or the central bank overdraft. So those are the main changes to all of this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't know what honourable members were carrying on about. What happened? Oh, sorry, yes.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House sit until the conclusion of all the matters before it. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the conclusion of all the matters before it. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's just one thing else I'd like to talk about. The member for Caroni Central is not here, but he quite correctly identified that there was a typographical error in clause 2 of the bill, where we were seeking to amend the Income Tax Act at 48C, and he indicated it's really 48M, and he is correct. So that when you see the amendments, the amended list of amendments, we'll see we are changing 48C to 48M. But, Madam Speaker, there isn't really much else I need to say, except to say that in the renegotiation or discussion, let's put it this way, in the discussion between state agencies, the National Gas Company, the Ministry of Energy, and so on, with the major oil companies that took place over the last several years, there was a very positive effect on our revenue in 2019. And I'd just like to repeat it. I mean, performance beats old talk any day. The members opposite could jump on. The members, I have no problem in repeating a good statement. Performance beats old talk any day, and members opposite could jump high and jump low, But the net effect, Madam Speaker, of the sensible and professional approach to the amount of revenue that we as a country get from the oil companies, oil and gas companies, the net effect in 2019 was close to $2 billion, Madam Speaker, as a result of all of the discussions and the meetings and the leadership in the energy sector by the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister Young, Minister Kan, and the team of technocrats from the National Gas Company and the other public servants that assisted in the process. The net effect was an injection into our coffers, the country's coffers, of almost $2 billion towards the end of fiscal 2019. So performance beats all talk anytime. You could talk and talk and talk, but the revenue performed in 2019 with that injection of almost $2 billion. And in addition to that injection of almost $2 billion, 1.92 billion is what the figure was as far as I can recall, that we got around August of last year. In addition to that, the discussions and the proactive approach to a new relationship with the oil and gas companies so that the people of this country can share in the wealth, and not everything will be going overseas. Listening to the member for Puchis, I thought he was promoting the interests of overseas companies, but to make sure that the profits that are derived from the petroleum sector remain in Trinidad and Tobago and are for the benefit of the people of this country. In addition to that $2 billion that we received, the stage was also set for an additional $1 billion per year, every year going forward. That's the other result of that. So performance beats all talk. You could talk all you want, but the end result of all those discussions and negotiations was an extra $2 billion last year and an extra $1 billion going forward as a result of increased terms. And the facts are there. Nigeria is a case in point, where the revenues that a particular oil company gets from gas, natural gas in Nigeria, is $5 billion US. Fact, a particular large multinational oil and gas company derives revenue from production of natural gas in Nigeria of $5 billion US, 5 to 6 billion. And Nigeria government, country and people receive $2 billion US in income from that $5 or $6 billion that oil company derives from the production of oil and gas. A similar oil and gas company in Trinidad and Tobago also derives about $5 billion US from the production of gas in Trinidad and Tobago and gives the country $200 million US. Those are the facts. So in Nigeria, the company gets $5 billion in revenue, the Nigerian government and people get $2 billion US. In Trinidad, the company gets $5 billion US, the Trinidad and Tobago people and government get $200 million. These are facts. So that you can't run from them. These are the facts. And this is why we as a government felt we had to address these matters. And finally, all this carrying on about elections. I have checked the results. The PNM got 72 seats. The UNC got 67 seats, sorry. So we got 72, they got 67. When I went to school, 72 was more than 67. I think it still is, Madam Speaker. I think 72 out of 139 is still more than half, at least. I think that's what they're teaching in primary school. Based on the list of aldermen that I have seen, that was issued by the EBC yesterday, the PNM is going to be granted 29 aldermen and the UNC 27. So from my simple arithmetic, 29 aldermen is more than 27 aldermen, isn't it? Isn't it? So 29 aldermen for the PNM, 27 aldermen for the UNC. 72 seats for the PNM, 67 seats for the UNC. So as far as I am concerned, we have obtained more seats and we have obtained more aldermen. And Madam Speaker, the PNM has...
That will mean we all have to follow. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. And in terms of corporations, the PNM has 7 corporations and the UNC has 7 corporations. When I went to school, 7 was equal to 7. 7 was not more than 7. 7 was not less than 7. So that there's an equal amount of corporations. We have more aldermen, we have more seats, and the fact is,
Even if we have less.
Member for Princestown, if you wanted to join the debate, I would have gladly have allowed you the opportunity. Listen. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we do not have a system of proportional representation in Trinidad and Tobago. We have a first-past-the-post system. A party could get more votes in an election and end up with less seats and not form the government. One of the most pertinent examples in the world is Hillary Clinton, who got more votes than Donald Trump, but did not win the majority in the Electoral College. In fact, Madam Speaker, that is a very important example, because when you look at the number of electoral seats that President Trump got compared to the number of electoral seats that Ms. Clinton got, it was substantially more than, I would say, 50% more seats that President Trump got than Ms. Clinton got. Yet she got more votes than Trump, because in that system in America, they go on electoral college votes. Each state has a different number of electoral college votes, and if you win the majority in a state, you get all the electoral votes. It goes down to the various districts in Congress and so on, Madam Speaker. That's their system. So I remember Al Gore. There was a confusion with Al Gore as well, where there was a view that he had got more votes than Bush. But Bush got the presidency. That is their system. And no matter how much noise Al Gore made and Hillary Clinton made, Bush was the president and Trump was the president, because that is their system. And in our system, we have a system of first past the post. And in the first past the post system, we got 72, they got 67. We got 29, they got 27. So you could look at it any way you want. Any way you want. You could spin it any way you want. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it is what the results yield based on the system that you use. And the number of votes go up and down. In 2010, we got a very small number of votes in the local government election. In 2013, our vote count went up tremendously. It changed again in 2016. The other side's vote count went down in 2013, and so on, Madam Speaker. These things don't matter, because in our system of local government, seats count. Goals win matches, Madam Speaker. And that's how it is. So I don't know what they're carrying on about over on that side. Don't know what they're carrying on about on that side, Madam Speaker. So with respect to the bill before the House, in the committee stage, I will endeavor to explain any matters that arise from this list of amendments. As I indicated, these measures come out of the 2020 budget statement and are designed to provide more revenue to the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago from the petroleum sector. They are designed to stimulate the creative sector by increasing tax allowances. They are designed to allow our exporters to get write-offs for promotional expenses through to CARICOM. They are designed to give people a little more ease in the airport when they're coming in with goods that they've purchased abroad. They're designed to deal with a long outstanding problem in the credit union sector, where persons, representatives of deceased persons could only access $5,000 for funeral expenses. And other expenses that may be associated with the unfortunate and untimely passing of someone. We've increased that to $50,000, Madam Speaker. So all of this is consistent with our 2020 budget statement, consistent with the policy of the government, consistent with stability, growth, prosperity, and strength. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled "An Act to Provide for the Imposition or variation of certain duties and taxes, and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters be now read a second time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled, An Act to Provide for the Imposition or Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes, and to introduce provisions and of a fiscal nature and for related matters.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Finance Bill 2019 be committed to a committee of the whole.
Honorable members, the question is that the Finance Bill 2019 be committed to the committee of the whole. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clause 1.
The question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
The question is that clause 2 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We have circulated amendments to the bill. I think I've explained them in my discourse, but if anybody has a question, I'd be happy to answer. The amendments are before members. You good? Okay.
The question is that clause 2 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 2 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Again, this is just to tidy up some typographical errors, and and I'm told the word "and" is being inserted. It's taken out. Sorry, being taken out because it wasn't required. It didn't add anything. So, and then on the other page, 10Q, the inclusion of 10Q is designed to deal with the fashion industry to make sure they benefit from the increase in tax allowances for investment in fashion. That was just left out inadvertently. And the second one is to just renumber the clauses of the bill as a result of us inserting section 10Q. Okay?
Okay. The question is that clause 3 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clauses 4 to 6.
The question is that clauses 4 to 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 4 to 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 4 to 6 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 7.
Thank you.
The question is
sorry.
clause 7, stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have to renumber because we have made the changes. Actually, it should have been correctly referenced to 3K of the bill rather than 3J. So we're just correcting a typographical error there. You sure it's right?
Right, okay. So the question is that clause 7 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 7 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
New clause 2, chapter 7140 amended.
The question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clause 2 will now be read a second time.
New clause 2, chapter 7140 amended.
The question is that clause 2, the new clause 2 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Yeah, but there's no 3K.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. New clause 2 now stand part of the bill.
New clause 5, chapter 7701 amended.
The question is that new clause 5 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The new clause 5 will now be read a second time.
New clause 5, chapter 7701 amended.
The question is that new clause 5 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. New clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
New clause 8, chapter 8504 amended.
The question is that new clause 8 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The new clause 8 will be read a second time.
New clause 8, chapter 8504.
The question is that the new clause 8 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The new clause 8 now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
We also, Madam Chairman, we need to renumber the clauses accordingly. You don't
will-
need to say that.
That will have a consequence.
Okay, right.
Okay. This committee meeting is now adjourned. The House will resume. The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the Finance Bill 2019 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with this report from the committee.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Finance Bill 2019. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
I have to talk. Was it third time? Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Madam Speaker, I beg to move. I'm not seeing it here. Page 8. Oh, I'm so sorry. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Imposition or Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Imposition or Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters be forthwith read a third time and passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled, An Act to Provide for the Imposition or Variation of Certain Duties and Taxes, and to introduce provisions of a fiscal nature and for related matters.
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, and the Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, you may have heard, or the population may have heard, an announcement by the Minister of National Security with respect to a national security initiative to deal with the proceeds of crime. Essentially, this is all about dealing with the proceeds of crime, where, as far as the Ministry of National Security has advised us, there is too much dirty money in circulation. I don't want to use the term that is universally used for that kind of money. So I will use the term dirty and the term clean. I don't think the nomenclature or the vocabulary with respect to money has kept pace with what is politically correct. So I'll use the word dirty and I'll use the word clean. So others may choose to use black and white. That's your business. So, Madam Speaker, the National Security has advised that we need to deal with the situation that currently exists with dirty money being the proceeds of money laundering, drug trafficking, and corruption. At the present time, the Central Bank Act allows for the bank to demonetize currency. The actual wording of the Central Bank Act, Section 27, is that by giving not less than 3 months' notice, the bank may cancel any banknote that it has issued. We find that we need some more flexibility. That 3 months is a minimum period. And when you're dealing with matters like this, time is of the essence. And therefore, we are changing the minimum period, and I want to stress the minimum period for canceling any banknote from 3 months to 14 days notice. So now the central bank, on the direction of the Minister of Finance, may be empowered to cancel any banknote that it has issued. And in the specific and instant case, the banknote that is being cancelled or will be cancelled is the $100 bill. That is the currency of choice of persons who are involved in illicit activities of various kinds: smuggling, drug trafficking, money laundering, corruption, human trafficking, you name it. The bill of choice among criminals is the $100 bill. And therefore, in an effort as a national security initiative to stamp out these illegal activities, the government, on advice from the Ministry of National Security, has made a decision that it will cancel all $100 bills in circulation. May I say at this time, Madam Speaker, that during the period before the date of cancellation, the old notes and the new notes will be valid tender, so that persons can still use the old $100 bill and the new $100 bill from the appointed day. Is that the correct terminology? From the appointed day, which will be the beginning of the process, the citizens or anybody using Trinidad and Tobago tender will be able to use both the $100 bill existing, the cloth or paper note, or the new polymer note. At the end of the period, only the new polymer note, the new $100 bill, which has a number of new security features aimed at preventing counterfeiting, will become legal tender, and the old note will no longer be usable or valid as legal tender in Trinidad and Tobago. And, pardon? Certainly. From the appointed day, which will be in the very near future, to the date of cancellation of the banknote, the $100 bill, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm being corrected here. The appointed date is the date of cancellation of the note.
That's the date of demonetization.
The date of demonetization. From the date of notice.
Correct.
The date of notice. When the bank gives notice that it intends to cancel a bank, from that day to the date of cancellation, which is the appointed date, during that period, however long it is, both types of currency can be used. The existing paper note and the new polymer note. When the date of cancellation arrives, only the new polymer note could be used as legal tender in Trinidad and Tobago. But there is a safeguard here for persons who may find themselves in difficulty. They may have been out of the country, they may be ill, they may be in hospital or something like that, or they're bedridden or some other reason like that. They found themselves unable to go to the bank to either deposit the existing paper notes that they have or to exchange existing paper notes for the new polymer notes. In the bill, Clause 2, which amends Section 27 of the Central Bank Act and inserts a new Section 27A, if you look at the bill itself, the new Section 27A.4 will allow the central bank to redeem at face value any of the specified notes that are presented within the period of 3 months after the appointed date, if it is satisfied that the failure to present the notes for redemption prior to the appointed date resulted from circumstances beyond the control of the true owner of the notes, or that there was some good or sufficient reason for the failure. So if, and the best example is somebody was out of the country or somebody was in hospital. If that person cannot either deposit their existing $100 bills or cannot go to the bank to exchange their existing $100 bills for new polymer notes, the central bank is now being given a discretion under rules that will be approved by the minister to redeem at face value for a period of 3 months after the appointed date. So whatever the appointed date is, which is the date of cancellation of the notes, from that day, the central bank is being given the discretion for a 3-month period beyond the date of cancellation of the notes to redeem notes for persons who found themselves in difficulty and for one reason or another were unable to come into the bank to deposit or change out the notes. Because all things in life are not perfect, the bill also at the new Section 27A, which is in Clause 2 of the bill, will give the minister, by order, the power to extend the date or period in subsections 1 and 4 in any case or class of cases where he considers it appropriate to do so. So if for some reason, which we do not foresee at this point in time, if for some reason it is necessary to extend the date, the minister, on the direction of cabinet, will extend the date for cancellation or the date for redemption of notes after the period of cancellation and within that 3-month period. So that is just to give us some checks and balances there if for some reason there is some problem. Section 27A2, the new Section 27A2, indicates that on or from the appointed date, the specified note shall cease to be the currency or be legal tender in Trinidad and Tobago, and subject to subsection 4, which is the subsection that deals with the redemption after the cancellation date, shall for all purposes be cancelled and be of no value. The bank is required to redeem at face value any notes which are presented for redemption. So if someone comes in with, say, 10 $100 bills, the bank will redeem them and give them 10 $100 bills, or a commercial bank will redeem and give them 10 $100 bills if the new polymer security features note. We are also amending the Proceeds of Crime Act to give the government the flexibility to change the amount that is now considered to be a large transaction. For those of you who deal in large amounts of cash, at this point in time, if you have a transaction of $90,000 or above, the bank must report it as a large transaction. There's no, the bank has no discretion in this matter right now. So if somebody comes in and transacts a transaction of $90,000 or more, the bank must report it to the Financial Intelligence Unit. We are also giving the government the flexibility to adjust the amount that would require the intervention of the internal controls in the bank, the officer in the bank that deals with know your customer and so on. At the present time, the trigger is $90,000 in cash, for example. And we are giving the government the flexibility to adjust that figure from $90,000. Sure?
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for giving way. I noticed that whereas you're moving from a certain figure of $90,000, you're not moving towards any figure, but there's a flexibility. So there is a lack of certainty. So can you indicate to us what is the figure that you have in contemplation? Because there's need for certainty for the customer, from the customer perspective.
All of this will be revealed in due course. When you're doing these things, you can't reveal everything immediately. It will be revealed when the appointed day is revealed, and the amount of adjustment will be revealed all at the same time. And other measures that may apply to the changing of currency, because what you don't want is people walking around with large amounts of cash. So there'll be some adjustments in terms of the amount of cash. But all of that will be revealed in due course. When you're doing these things, this is a national security measure. I am dealing with the banking side of things because this is an amendment to the Central Bank Act. But if you also look carefully, you will see you're also amending the Proceeds of Crime Act. And this is all to deal with dealing with criminals. The amount of the adjustment will be, the public will be notified at the same time that the appointed day is declared. Okay? And as I said, that will be in the very near future, but we will not indicate that tonight. We have no intention of indicating tonight. I apologize to any members who thought that we would. We have no intention of indicating tonight when this will take place or what the adjustment in the amount will be. But it will be revealed to all and sundry very soon. So the bill at clause 3 and 4 gives the government, through its relevant ministers, the Minister of Finance, in terms of the financial obligation regulations, and the Minister of National Security, in terms of the Proceeds of Crime Act, the authority to reduce or increase, as the case may be, the amount of currency or the size of a transaction that can be done in the banking sector without attracting the attention of the various inspectors, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the in-house staff that deal with know your customer. Now, Madam Speaker, let me just return to exactly what we're all about. I will try my best to make sure there's absolutely no ambiguity. At this point in time, Madam Speaker, under the Central Bank Act, the bank is restrained at this point in time to give 3 months' notice if it decides to cancel a note. I'll give an example of the 1 cent coin. The bank took a year to do that, took 1 year to do that. So the 3 months is a minimum. But if, for example, the bank wishes to cancel a banknote, which is what is taking place now, then they have to give 3 months' notice, and we felt that we needed more flexibility. So we are changing the minimum notice from 3 months to 14 days. Secondly, from the time that notice is given, and until the time the banknote in question is actually cancelled, both types of banknote will be allowed to be used as legal tender. So during the period, people can use the existing $100 bill, or they can use the new banknote when they get them. I just want to make that clear. But at the end of that period, all that can be done is that if you have some sort of difficulty, you can go and present these banknotes and they will be redeemed. But you can't use them for trade. You can't use them for commerce. You can't use them to buy things after the period of cancellation. You can redeem them during a 3-month period, but you have to show some sort of special circumstance and, explain. You can't use it to really period. Yes, of course, yes. And Madam Speaker, the circumstances by which the bank will redeem or not redeem, as the case may be, this is contained in the bill at this point in time. And that is in Clause 2, 27A6, which says the bank, with the approval of the minister, may prescribe such conditions and procedures as it considers appropriate for the redemption of specified notes in accordance with Sections 3 and 4. Just let me make that very clear, that this is not an arbitrary thing. It is not a whimsical thing. It is not up to anyone but the central bank. And the bank will prescribe or may prescribe such conditions and procedures as it considers appropriate for the redemption of specified notes in accordance with subsection 3 and 4. And this is to provide as much certainty as is possible and to remove as much ambiguity as is possible from what is determined to be a circumstance beyond someone's control. In other words, it's not up to the individual. The bank will do so in consultation with the government, with the relevant sections of the government. Now, Madam Speaker, I just want to briefly indicate when other countries have done demonetization, the reasons why countries do demonetization. As I indicated in this particular case, this is being driven by the Ministry of National Security based on their own information. But in addition, Madam Speaker, when you have too much informal money or dirty money in the system, you have the growth of a dual economy, Madam Speaker. This causes great difficulty in the estimation of actual economic activity in the country, in terms of what your actual GDP is and what your reported GDP is, in terms of economic growth, in terms of availability of cash, in terms of money supply, in terms of actually what is going on in the country. The official statistics are often quite different to what is actually happening, and the reason for that is an underground economy and a lot of dirty money circulating, Madam Speaker. And any country will want to try to address the pernicious effects of an underground economy. You also have loss of revenue to the country. Because it's dirty money, it's not reported. So nobody is going to declare that they're in receipt of the proceeds of crime. Nobody is going to declare that they are in receipt of the proceeds of drug trafficking or money laundering, as the case may be. So that from a revenue point of view, you would have a loss of revenue to the country, Madam Speaker. I don't need to go into the security issues of dirty money. I would leave that to my colleagues. I would simply say that this initiative has been planned for quite a long time. There have been a number of meetings with all of the players involved, with the central bank. We've had meetings with the commercial banks to work out the logistics as to exactly how this operation will be executed with greatest efficiency. And the government is going to do its best to make sure that this thing is done quickly, efficiently, and with minimum inconvenience to citizens. But I can't underestimate, Madam Speaker, the pernicious effects of dirty money on a society. I can't underestimate it. There is so much of that circulating in Trinidad and Tobago, and it is directly linked to the criminal underworld. At this time, Madam Speaker, I would leave the aspects of security to the other members of the government. I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, and the Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902 be now read a second time. Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to join this debate. Listening to the Minister of Finance and piloting this bill, I think I'm a bit more confused than when we started off. He added no clarity as to the appointed date and some dates that we thought that the country was looking for tonight. I understand what he said in his speech. Madam Speaker, listening to the Minister of National Security yesterday in his release, his post-cab briefing, the Minister of National Security gave the impression to the country, and given that the Senate is being asked to sit tomorrow, that the piloting and the dates of this new $100 bill would come into place very soon. I want to start off from the offset that the opposition and the opposition leader is in full support of this new $100 polymer bill. Anything that plays a part in, to use the words of the Minister of Finance, to take away dirty money off the system, out of the system, the opposition is in full support of that measure. When we looked yesterday or last night, when I looked at the proposed new $100 bill, Madam Speaker, the features on it, it really augurs well for our country and it augurs well for our citizenry. You would remember, Madam Speaker, back in, I think was in December 2014, under the Kamla Persad-Bissessar-led government, that the $50 polymer bill was introduced by the PP government under the leadership of the governor at the time, Jawala Rambaran. And it had the same features as this $100 bill that is being proposed to be circulated in the system, Madam Speaker. And it augurs also well for the visually impaired individuals of the country with the $50 bill that I think the circle, they can feel the circle, a raised circle, and it can tell you that it's a $50 bill. And I think this $100 polymer bill that has been introduced for the visually impaired is a raised X. You might never know. So, Madam Speaker, as far as the visually impaired, it's a good sign, it's a progressive sign for the country. We also ask that we are hoping that in the future, in the very near future, that the other denominations, the $1, the $20, the $5, $10, will also be converted to the polymer and be able to assist the visually impaired in going about their normal day in business. Madam Speaker, but when we looked at this bill, when I look at this bill, and I want to also recognize, Madam Speaker, the government used Standing Order 64(1)B here today to bring a bill in Parliament without a normal notice, dispensing with the normal notice. So when they brought that piece, using that piece of standing order, we thought that it was really from a security aspect, and we were going to hear some dates being announced here tonight. But I did not hear any dates from the Minister of Finance. When is going to be the start date of the issue of the new bills? So, Madam Speaker, being that is, as is said by the Minister of Finance, the country, the opposition has some concerns when the timing of this bill will be introduced into the country, into the system. So, for example, the country got the impression that it was going to be introduced as soon as maybe, or the notice being given as soon as Monday. All right, maybe, as the Minister of Finance says to me, maybe. But when you look at this Christmas period, Madam Speaker, and we are hoping that it does not, it can cause panic and chaos in the system if it's not properly managed, the introduction of this new $100 bill, which will coexist with the old $100 bill. And if enough lead time isn't given to remove the old $100 bill, it can cause chaos and panic in the system, especially during this Christmas period. And we are hoping that that does not happen, and the government of the day, the Minister of Finance, would really be a little bit more understanding, and the Minister of National Security will be a little bit understanding. We understand the security issues of trying to remove the old $100 bills off the system as quickly as possible. We understand that, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, to use the Minister of Finance, if you want to clean up remove dirty money, and you introduce this new bill in the system during the Christmas period, what you might find happening is that during this Christmas period, you might see a lot of businesses, if you're cleaning up the money, being now a volume of funding might start to come into certain types of businesses, and we all know those types of businesses. And it will be all under the disguise, if they go to the bank to deposit it, Christmas sales or the growth in sales. So maybe if you really want to take this dirty money out of the system, you can really want to flag it. Maybe you might want to start it maybe in January. And then you can also track the type of businesses that are reporting huge volumes of deposits, given that it is outside of the Christmas period, where you would normally get a high growth of income or sales, given the last 2 weeks before Christmas, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I put that on the table, and with good sense, I hope the ministers would take that into consideration, also the panic and chaos that it can cause during the Christmas season. I have gotten calls even last night from people of pensioners who normally they might take out all their money out of their pension checks and store it because they don't like to go to the bank, Madam Speaker. And if they have to go and change their funds that they have at home during this Christmas season, I also ask if the ministers have taken into consideration the security aspect of individuals going to the banks during the Christmas period, and the sort of banditry that goes on during the Christmas period, where people tend to be a little bit more suspect, and the crime tends to go up a little bit because of the volume of movement of individuals during the Christmas period, Madam Speaker. So I really hope that the ministers would take that into consideration. Madam Speaker, I look at Clause 27A1, Clause 227A1, and I would like to ask the Minister of Finance, why the erosion of the powers of the central bank? Because in Clause 227A1, and I want to read it, in addition to the powers of the bank under Section 27, so Section 27 of the Central Bank Act has remained. The minister may direct the bank to cancel any note issued by it by giving not less than 14 days' notice published in the Gazette of the date of cancellation. Now, in my view, this is an erosion of the central bank, an erosion of the powers of the governor, and the minister is directing the bank, the governor of the bank, to issue when he or she feels, whoever is the Minister of Finance, when they want to do this issue, Madam Speaker. And we have a serious problem with that, because you have seen over time the central bank is an independent institution, and we should really safeguard our institutions and the independence of those institutions, Madam Speaker. And I would like to ask, really and truly, what was the reason by the Minister of Finance of putting this clause 27A1 and the erosion of the central bank and the central bank governor, Madam Speaker? Clause 424, I'm happy for that, Madam Speaker, where it talks about if you pass the cancellation date and you have a legitimate reason, the individuals can go to the central bank and redeem their notes, Madam Speaker, once they have a legitimate reason. And maybe within that reasons, it could be a little bit clearer I know the Attorney General and I had outside in the corridor, not Petrotrin. I asked him, and he mentioned sickness. He mentioned if you're out of the country during that period and you return, you can apply to the central bank to redeem whatever funds you might have had at home at the old notes, Madam Speaker. But sickness, travel, there might be other legitimate reasons. So I don't know if that discretion solely lies with the central bank to make that decision, clause 2.4. Clause 2.4. So I seek an expansion of the reasons that one can apply to the central bank to redeem old notes, Madam Speaker. Sure.
For you to 6, 5 and 6. Okay, the extension of the date, as I indicated, and 6 as well. The conditions on redemption. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister of Finance. I want to go to clause 3, where it talks about the Proceed of Crime Act is amended by deleting the words $90,000 or such other amount as. And it piggybacks on clause 4, which is on clause 4B, which is also deleting the word 90,000 and substituting the word an amount prescribed by the minister. I know my colleague had asked, what is that amount? It's unknown at this point in time. I know the $90,000, and I stand to be corrected, Minister of Finance, is that if you deposit in funds of more than $90,000 in the bank, you do a source of funding. Where do you get the funds from? I think it used to be 60,000. I think it went up to 90,000. Correct. All right. So that when you go to the bank and you deposit in funds more than 90,000, you declare a source of fund. That's a given, and the bank then reports it to the proper institutions, and the institutions, whether it is considered a red flag or not, given the type of business, Madam Speaker. So that what is happening here now is that the minister is deleting the word 90,000 and an unknown amount, and that unknown amount can change based on, by an order of the Minister of Finance. So that, Minister of National Security. So 90,000, Madam Speaker, when this law comes into place, these amendments, the 90,000 can go down to maybe 50,000. It could go down maybe to 10,000. It can come back up. So we are known, there's a known about that particular amount, and we feel that that amount should be fixed. And if the amount has to be changed for clarity for the citizenry, even for the business individuals, that there's some clarity in a fixed amount, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I also like to bring to the attention of the ministers some concerns by the Muslim community. I am sure the Attorney General, Member San Fernando West, might be well aware of some of the concerns of this, the change of the new $100 bill raised by the Muslim community. I would just like to draw out a couple of them, Madam Speaker, if you allow me to read. Many Muslims do not use the present banking system due to the Quranic prohibition on interest. They save their money otherwise, and they're asking how will they be treated at the commercial banks when they attempt to change their legally earned cash. Point 3, will Muslims and others be considered as money launderers due to having large sums of cash? So, Madam Speaker, the Muslim community has a concern of the time frame that people got an impression from the Minister of National Security yesterday when he released the statement of this new $100 bill. So that really and truly we are asking on behalf of the citizenry of this country that there's enough lead time so businesses and normal individuals can have a seamless transition with this new $100 bill, with the old $100 bill, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, really and truly, I would like to say that the opposition is in full support of this new measure, this $100 bill, but there are some concerns we have from the unknown date. We all for the cleaning up of the money, of the dirty money, or the out there in the system, Madam Speaker, but we need some clarity. Also that prescribed amount from 90,000 that is not fixed. So, Madam Speaker, in the wind-up of the Minister of Finance, I hope some clarity could be had. I thank you.
Minister of Finance. There's nobody, member for Shogunas.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on this bill, but I was hoping that the initiator of this bill, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, would have dealt with the rationale for this bill. Because what was given by the Minister of Finance, he spoke about that the initiative came from national security, and that therefore, when I read, so therefore I have to go on the basis of what is said in the daily newspaper. The minister have not spoken as yet. So, that there is an informal economy, there is a formal economy, there is a distinction between the formal economy, which provides white money, and therefore within the legitimate frame, and that there you have, again, in accordance with the sentiments uttered by the honorable member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West in the newspaper article, there's a distinction between the white money of the formal economy and black money of the informal economy. So Madam Speaker, and this has nothing to do with the colonial mindset. Madam Speaker, I listened to the honorable member and spoke about the dual economy, the loss of revenue to the country, and that therefore the time period will run from the date of notice to the appointed date, and there will be the coexistence of the both $100 bill, the commonly blue note, and now the polymer note. So that seems all fair and fine in that regard. But Madam Speaker, I am very concerned about the rationale provided and the hasty introduction of this change in currency at this point in time. Madam Speaker, when you look at the newspaper, and I will not display, but I want to read because it is very pertinent in the absence of the contribution up to now of the member for Port of Spain North, the Minister of National Security. This is what the Honorable Minister had to say in the newspaper of today, Friday, 6th December 2019, the Daily Express, article by Anna Ramdas. New $100 bill coming. The government is moving to crush the cash empires of criminals by removing the current Trinidad and Tobago $100 note and replacing it with a new polymer bill, which has added security features. You can't fault that. Nothing is wrong with that. It was met with shock, surprise, and questions about the potential impact the move could have on the economy and business. The Honorable Minister says, I can guarantee you this. It is going to assist us in the fight against corruption and the fight against the criminal elements who must now present the money and explain where that money came from. And it goes on, Madam Speaker. It says that Young said legislation referring to the minister will be brought to Parliament today to amend the Central Bank Act to allow the demonetization process to be reduced from 3 months to a minimum of 14 days. A special sitting of the Senate will be held and so on, Madam Speaker. So what you have here is that you have, in an attempt, based on what was said, an attempt by the minister to provide a basis, a rationale for the removal of the old existing paper blue note to that of the polymer note, and that therefore this is how they're going to get money. There is no verifiable data existing to show the level of counterfeiting, or none has been presented in this House, to show verifiable data, to show the extent, based on the intelligence gathered from the newspaper report, the extent of the illicit cash financing criminal level activities. To my mind, Madam Speaker, it all appears very speculative at this point in time. And until the minister presents very hard data on this matter, it really leaves a lot, it leaves into the realm of speculation. Because you see, Madam Speaker, when you look at the experience of countries worldwide moving into demonetization. Demonetization is a simple exercise. A currency is legal tender, and when it is removed, it is demonetized. It is no longer legal tender. When you look at the experience of the world, then you see that you have serious problems. Of course, we know of the virtual chaos in India as a result of the intervention in a very dramatic and sudden fashion, not unlike what has happened here. But Madam Speaker, in the attempt to bring some, having noticed only yesterday, Madam Speaker, to prepare for this debate, I did some research, and when there's an article entitled Demonetization in India, an Evaluation, from the Research Institute of Economics and Management, Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. And this is at page 2. India is not the only country to experience demonetization. You have a list of countries that had demonetization with objectives and after effect, other than India. Germany, 1923. The objective was to prevent inflation. Results, inflation fell. USA, 1969, to resist black money. It was successful. UK, 1971, to bring uniformity in currency. Successful in the UK, but failed in other countries. Ghana, 1982, to control black money. People turned to foreign currency. Myanmar, 1987, to resist black money, led to political dispute and thousands of people died. Nigeria, 1984, to fix debt burden and inflation-ridden economy collapsed. Zaire, 1990, to withdraw obsolescent currency from the system. It was successful. Former Soviet Union to fight against unearned income, smuggling, and corruption. The overall economic system eventually collapsed. Australia, 1996, to curb black money and improve security features on notes. It was successful. North Korea, 2010, to lower down the market of black money, miserably failed. Zimbabwe, 2010, to get rid from the black money and counterfeit currency. It failed. Pakistan, messed up. Philippines, 2016, to preserve the integrity of currency, yet to be known. Madam Speaker, so you see that the demonetization experience, notwithstanding that we have had that experience in Trinidad with the $50 bill, you will recall, Madam Speaker, that we had a $50 note, and then subsequently, when a container of $50 went missing, it was demonetized. And that therefore the $50 bill was only introduced during the People's Partnership Administration under Central Bank Jawala Rambaran with the Parliament note. So that is what brought back the $50 bill. And it was a smooth transition to the $50. So that when you look at what is happening worldwide, you recognize that it is not all a good story. So what are the concerns we have here? The concerns as expressed by the Chambers of Commerce, the time period for implementation. Nobody is against bringing people within the tax stream. Nobody is against prevention of money laundering. But I will demonstrate later in my presentation, Madam Speaker, that to use this measure for money laundering really is not as effective because cash alone is not the money launderer's forte. The money launderer will go into real estate, into jewelry, into a series of areas in which cash alone is not the only focal point. And that has been the experience of India in its attempt to deal with the whole question of the demonetization of the 500 rupee and the 1,000 rupee. Madam Speaker, when you look at what is happening in Trinidad, the business groups indicate that during this period, Why did you choose this period? Why? The business groups on $100 bill change, Daily Express, tough time to change. Gregory Aboud, Gabriel Faria, and then subsequently you have the Rajiv Dipti, I think it is, concern over short time to change over $100 notes. And they talk about the timing. And the minister in his presentation made no justification as to why you want to do that. Now, in this hectic period of the Yuletide season, it is a level of commercial activity that takes place. And unless there is some kind of period that allows the small businessmen to be able to get their deposits in place and in time, then therefore this really will work against the business community in this period. So the timing is very important. The objective is a good objective, but the timing as to when you implement and when the time period runs from the specified notice period to the appointed date is very important. Madam Speaker, so because money, it is clear, is the lifeblood of any economic system. It facilitates the transactions, but if you want to tackle the whole question of money laundering, then you cannot only deal with the cash issue. Cannot. You have to deal with other things, Madam Speaker. So what we have had so far from the newspaper reports, the Minister of National Security is saying there is a criminal underbelly, we need to deal with it in cash. The Minister of Finance is saying we need to bring within the tax net, and I'm using my words, the formal and informal economy. The informal economy into the formal economy. And that there is, based on the initiative of the Minister of National Security, a criminal underbelly that is taking place in the society. Madam Speaker, in an article entitled "The Impact of Demonetization on the Indian Economy," written by the Department of Business, Sri Vasavi College, 2 professors. And at page 52, they deal with the principles of tackling what the minister refers to black money in the newspaper article. And it says, principles of tackling black money. The first principle is that to remove the systemic pain that leads to creation of black money in the first place. Blames lies with the tax department. Black money is nothing but money generated in legitimate transactions which are hidden from the government so as to avoid paying the transaction cost, usually tax, in the legitimate economy. And this is usually done by using physical cash. The cash thereafter must be processed to convert into consumption or investment. Black economy refers to various activities, transactions that help process this physical cash, create returns on this cash, facilitate consumption using this cash, etc. Madam Speaker, in his contribution in the newspaper, the Honorable Member for Port of Spain North spoke about cash, the intelligence reports, providing the basis for cash to engage in illicit activities. So the funding mechanism is this $100 blue note. So you have a stash of blue note, and that stash is providing the basis for the funding of illicit activity. And this demonetization of that blue note, of our blue note currently, will provide the basis to solve that problem. Now, I don't know about the efficacy of that rationale. And really, I go back to the early point I made, provide the data. I'm not saying in fact, the member for Appeal said, bring the change on, bring the polymer on. But why now and why the haste now? Madam Speaker, and they go on to deal with the whole area, the systemic problem, and how you deal with this informal economy. So, Madam Speaker, when you look at this activity around this time. Who are the winners? Who are the winners to engage in the demonetization in the utility season? The business community, the retail sector? They cannot be. They are the big losers in this. Hopefully, the criminal element will be a big loser too. But I will go on to show that in the Indian economy, when they demonetize the 500 rupee and the 1,000 rupee, that the amount of money that went into the system, laundering, they used the opportunity to take the cash and engage in the banking sector, and the demonetization of that became part of a legal scheme for laundering. I will go into that later on, Madam Speaker. But currently, when you look at what is happening here, the losers are the small businessmen, the business community, the old people, the elderly in the current climate. Because there's so much information we do not have in order to debate this. But who are the real winners in this? You know what the real winners? Hopefully the state will be, but in the immediate, the real winners are the banks. Because you have to go to the banks, the commercial bank, and I see the minister indicated that the commercial banks will be utilized in order to do the exchange, to do the deposit. So you can expect deposits may increase as a result of this influx that is now coming. Because given the criminality that is outside there in this particular time, it will be foolhardy for anyone to go with any significant sum of money, exchange it, and come out. They were better off depositing it. So then who is the real beneficiary? The banks. I think earlier on in his contribution, the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about the banks and the obscene profits that they're making. No, I use my language of the profits that they are making. Yeah, well, the Prime Minister spoke about the gargantuan profits that the banks are making. And in my language, it is the obscene profits of the bank. And what you have now is a continuation of that. So the real beneficiary are the real money launderers. Because the real beneficiary are the real money launderers. Because through the formal economy, you have major laundering taking place, Madam Speaker. So the banking sector will be negatively impacted, and that is the learning. That is the learning, that the banking sector. The learning also points to that the real estate sector will be in trouble, that it will dive. It depends on the time frame. Yeah, will dive. That is the learning. That has been the experience of other countries. You may have information otherwise, but that is the learning. And unless you provide data otherwise, then we cannot just take your word. Because the Honorable Minister, you're the same minister who said that you will be appointing thinking of appointing a special prosecutor to deal with the Cambridge Analytica issue, knowing fully well that the DPP is the criminal prosecutor in this country, and therefore there's no rule for a special prosecutor, Madam Speaker. The auto sector will also, the learning points to that the auto sector and the auto trade will suffer as a result because they are principally cash business. So all this point to the learning, Madam Speaker. And what has been the experience of the most recent country, India, in dealing with demonetization? In India, when the Reserve Bank of India did their report, you know what they found? They found, Madam Speaker, they found that 99% of the demonetized 500 and 1,000 rupees were deposited or exchanged for new currency. That figure suggests that most people, including corrupt officials, businessmen and criminals, said to have hoarded their illicit wealth in cash, have managed to preserve their fortunes. So if you go after that for the rationale that you suggest, this is what the learning says. The learning says that they took the money and they put it into the system, and the dirty money became clean through the system. That is what it said. Only point-something% was left outside. Minimalist. So as a mechanism for dealing with the crime underbelly, we are saying that this is not an appropriate mechanism by itself. Not an appropriate mechanism by itself, Madam Speaker. And so therefore the bank will be the beneficiaries. There are other areas in which you deal with that. And so the commercial banks will exchange. What about the credit unions? Is there a role for the credit unions in this? The credit unions with the working class membership? And won't they be part of the deposit scheme in this country to allow for the exchange? Why have they been left out? I did not see that in the legislation. Why have they been left out, Madam Speaker? So that therefore, when you look at what, so I just want to know whether or not they well, all right, but you see, but you know, the minister in his presentation was parsimonious with the information. So that therefore we have to speculate as to what. So if there's a role for credit unions, I am happy with that. I am very happy with that. Madam Speaker, when you look at the legislation, you have a role, as my colleague indicated, that there is ministerial intervention, and that therefore he indicated that there are concerns as to the role of the minister. But I guess if you're going to tie in monetary policy with criminal, anti-criminal activity by the Ministry of National Security, there has to be a political input into that. But still, we must institutionally preserve the independence of the central bank. So the demonetization will take place on the appointed date, when the blue note, as we know it, will be replaced by the polymer note.
Member for Sugar, as your original speaking time is now spent, you're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I intend to utilize it. And there's, of course, the extension by the minister, the redemption and extension of the time period to Madam Speaker. But what the bank, and look at section 27A6, the bank, with the approval of the minister, may prescribe such conditions and procedures as it considers appropriate for the redemption of specified notes. So, what are these conditions that are going to apply? Why should we be making law in this parliament and giving the bank and the minister the right to make prescribed conditions to deal with people's money, and we have no knowledge? It is an important point to make, that you ought to have a sense of the conditions under which you can retain this money. In the Indian experience, which is the most recent experience, they had to change as they went along because of the backlash that they got. So that, why don't we know? We are coming late in the dance. What are the conditions that the central bank is going to prescribe? The central bank cannot be like the Minister of National Security, hiding behind national security apron. We have to have an approach that the central bank has to be transparent and open for the benefit of the customers of the banking sector. Because at the end of the day, the customers must have the confidence in the banking sector in order for there to be that level of retention, Madam Speaker, of faith in the process. So then you go on some procedural matters. Now, in dealing with Section 3 of the amendment to the bill, Madam Speaker, I asked the minister when he was piloting, you are replacing 90,000. The 90,000 is a certain figure. If anybody could know that you cannot go with more than $90,000 in cash to deposit in your bank account. And so, therefore, Madam Speaker, there has to be some principle of certainty when you're dealing with these matters. Must have. And I cannot just leave it up to the minister to determine. It could be a yo-yo. Today 50, tomorrow 150. What it is that you need. You need that certainty. Certainty is a principle of the rule of law. The subject must know how to fashion his behavior in order to go and meet that principle, meet that amount. So if you don't know, you can play hit and miss. And what it is that is so, how can I put it, so national security conscious that we cannot know. When we know it is $90,000 today, that is the existing law. So, Madam Speaker, so the certainty, the legal certainty is required. And I am not buying into this, that it is up to the minister and we will get that amount as we go along. Law cannot be made on the basis of some amorphous and nebulous concept or quantity. It has to have certainty. That is such an accepted principle. You see, Madam Speaker, when you look at what has transpired in other areas of the world, you recognize that demonetization can assist in dealing with the criminal underbelly. Can. But the experience is that you cannot rely upon demonetization to carry this. And I am really fearful, first, of the indecent haste, the sense of urgency that has created almost an emergency. The Senate is, the other place is sitting tomorrow. Where is this? Where is this leading us? This haste, this sense of urgency really makes room for bad legislation. And there are too many gaps in the amendment provided for us. Too many gaps, too many nebulous, too many amorphous, too many uncertainties for us to just blindly support this legislation. And I want to suggest to the minister, especially the Minister for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, that you come to the legislation, you come to the Parliament. There is no verifiable data for us. How is this going to impact? What are your projections? What you expect to come of it? How many gangs have been utilizing this stash of illicit cash? Madam Speaker, you know what a former Reserve Bank of India said? To talk about people hiding money under their mattresses and pillows and in barrels is immature, because the real money laundering takes place in real estate, in gold, in jewelry, in paintings, and other areas. So unless the Honorable Minister comes and justifies that, for us to come with this visual graphic of a wall or a room full of money is nothing but an immature, infantile, going to the base elements. It is like, rum shop talk, for want of a better term. And as I say rum shop talk, it is the rum shops that will be affected by this. It is the rum shop, the bars, they deal in cash. They deal in cash in this matter, all the pubs, all the beverage areas, all the retail outlets. Well, my colleagues remind me of KFC. So, look, You need to provide this piece of legislation. The objective is good, but there are too many omissions, too much speculation for us to blindly support such a piece of legislation. And Madam Speaker, if you want to move and embrace the informal economy into the formal economy, I don't think this will give you the necessary oomph to achieve that. So, Madam Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much.
Member for Port of Spain, St. John's West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise at 10 minutes past 9 to enter the debate and to provide information to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago through you and through this House on a decision that was taken yesterday by the government of Trinidad and Tobago to deal with the demonetization of our largest note in circulation, which is the $100 note. I've listened attentively to my friend and colleague from Chaguanas West, as well as the member for Pointe-a-Pierre, to be in a position to be able to address their legitimate concerns where they exist, but also to provide the necessary information that can be provided at this stage. I have to start by saying that I found it like a bit of a fishing expedition by my friend. He kept throwing debate. You have to justify, you have to tell us, you can't hide behind national security. That may work with someone else and in another place. To say that you must come here with statistical evidence and you must lay it out nakedly and all to bear as to who is engaging in what and why you want to do this. As was stated very clearly yesterday, this particular measure is being done, and there is not a single law-abiding citizen in Trinidad and Tobago who would oppose it. And in fact, the member for Pointe-a-Pierre started off by saying, and even quoting and saying that the leader of the opposition supports the principle and the legislation. So I'll start off once again, Madam Speaker, by stating this particular measure is being implemented in order to fight money laundering, including the financing of drugs, narcotics, and the illegal firearm trade. Pause. A lot of time was spent in the last contribution talking about money laundering and how money laundering is conducted. It's not only conducted in cash, it's conducted in real estate and jewelry, etc., obviously. That this can't be the only measure taken to combat money laundering. Who said it's the only measure? To say that would be to mislead the population. In fact, right here, not too long ago, we passed what I believe is groundbreaking legislation in the form of Explain Your Wealth. That goes to the heart of money laundering. But as we've said time and time again, there's not a single measure that you can take that will just eradicate all crime, and in particular the crime of money laundering. What I found interesting is the continued harping on real estate, on real estate, on real estate. This is going to stop real estate sales. So let me just, through you, Madam Speaker, put this in context. All we are doing today is we are amending the Central Bank Act to provide the opportunity and the discretion to allow the demonetization, which means to take out of legal circulation, to say that bill is no longer legal tender, from a notice period of 3 months to now a minimum of 14 days. That is what the legislation is. And I'll get into the bill to explain why certain provisions are there and the safeguards that are there in those provisions. So what I find astounding at the harping on and the focusing on the purchase of real estate is I am asking every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago today, and in particular the law-abiding citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, who goes and purchases million-dollar properties in cash? Who goes and purchases million-dollar properties in cash? And how the changing of an old bill to a new polymer bill will collapse the real estate. So I sat there and I listened carefully, and the continuous reference to real estate and the collapse of real estate, and I wondered, and I smiled, Who is it? Which legitimate businessman keeps millions and millions of dollars in their possession to purchase real estate? That is an interesting proposition. Again, tell us who is engaged in illegal and illicit activity. Why come with this? And this typical attempt to create a sense of panic and create a sense of frenzy as to why now and why the timing. I'll get to the timing. But again, I smiled. Because I asked my friend from Shogunas West, as I just said, this is being done partially to combat the financing of drugs, narcotics, and the illegal firearm trade. That is a cash industry. Those transactions, as far as I am aware, are conducted in cash. So I want to ask my friend for Shogunas West, who are the drug dealers that he knows that will take a Lynx card, a credit card, or a check? Because the whole, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Let me retract the whole. Let me say 99% of those who engage in that type of activity, it is in cash. It is in cash. The people who go and engage in the illegal activity, not the purchasing from the suppliers from South America or where else it will be, because yes, that might be US dollars. The domestic trading in illegal firearms, the domestic trading and carrying out of the illicit drugs, the cocaine, all of the other things that are hurting our law-abiding citizens. Every sensible person in Trinidad knows that is a cash industry. That is not a Lynx card. That is not I'll write you a check for the cocaine. That is not take my credit card and go and swipe it in the machine. So again, that is trying to lead the population down a specific rabbit hole. And this member, that is me, I'm not falling for that. The other things that this will deal with is the black money economy. Or as my colleague from Diego Martin, he said, that whole illicit economy, that economy where it is, that dirty money economy. It also will deal with corruption. Because again, and I say at the outside, it is recognized by the government because a lot of planning went into this, a lot of consultation with the experts who've gone through this before. And I'll get to the India example in a short while. There are legitimate businesses that will be transacting, carrying a lot of transactions out in cash. No doubt about that. Every law-abiding citizen, be assured that once you're carrying out your businesses above board and in accordance with the law, you have nothing to fear. This is a simple exercise. Bring your old note, walk out with a new note. Bring your old notes, deposit it. When you're ready to withdraw your cash, withdraw it with new notes. The new note, as we've stated, as the member for Point Bay pointed out some of the features, a decision was also taken to upgrade from paper money that has less of a shelf life and less security features to polymer. Immediately by going to polymer, you've provided a security feature. The new note will have additional security features that paper can't have. You want facts with the counterfeiting side? Up to recently, we cracked a ring, meaning the law enforcement officers, where persons were bleaching $1 paper notes and then reprinting it as blue notes, as you call it. You can't do that very easily with polymer and the security features. Whilst we're upgrading our currency, we decided to deal with the differently abled, and in particular, the visually impaired. So the new tender, the new note, will have braille on it for them easy to identify. And other related problems with respect to corruption. I was talking about legitimate businessmen. So there will be some businesses, Massey stores, the whole chain of Massey stores and other things that may be dealing in cash. All you have to do is take in your old notes, exchange them for the new notes. Simple. No need for panic. It's been planned. We've been working on it. The security forces have been working on it. As Minister Imbert, the Minister of Finance, said, we've met with the banking sector. Now, the real reason behind this is a national security reason, as we stated yesterday. the government has accepted that for national security reasons, we should change the note. It will completely defeat the purpose of what you're trying to achieve, to come and say, well, we intend to change the note. We'll change it down the road. We'll change it next year. Takes me to the point of convenience and timing, because I expected it. I expected the noise about timing, because people have a legitimate right to have concerns. I understand, and the government understands, there will be some level of anxiety by pensioners, as I mentioned, and other people. That is why we meet with the banks and tell the banks you have to cater. You made a point, member for Shogunas West, and you talk about who will benefit, who will be the real beneficiary, and the suggestion that the banks will be, well, I will be very surprised, because the banks now have to incur additional cost and expense to be able to implement this, because they have to be the ones carrying this out. It's not going to be any of us carrying it out. And this is a perfect opportunity to put down the marker. Government decides policy, and other people implement. The government has taken a decision to change the note for reasons, some of which I'll touch on. The implementer and the administrator of this decision is the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. And the legislation, the majority that we're looking at here today, the amendment to the Central Bank Act and the introduction of 27A, wherever you see bank referred to there, it is the central bank. So the central bank must carry this out, this policy decision of the government. It is not the government. The credit unions, so when you said, are credit unions left out, the answer is no. Because the reference to the banks is not the reference to commercial banks. It's the central bank. Credit unions, like all of us, credit unions, like the banks, bring in your existing notes, you will be provided with replacement notes. And therefore, they would in turn be able to provide their shareholders, as you know, that's how the cooperative society credit unions work, their shareholders and their membership with their deposits. So no need for scare there. Same thing with the pensioners. We've told the banks you have to increase your resources over the period of time. The central bank has by now put out there, because as I said, they're the administrators, they're the implementers, they've put out there, this is what the new note will look like. We are busy working now to ensure that the commercial banks get the notes. I put down a marker here as well, because one of the things that went wrong in India was there were not sufficient notes. Not sufficient notes to replace. Again, we in Trinidad are not a backward people. In the sitting down and the planning and for the implementation of this, as I said, we met with the experts, the international experts. We discussed things, and we will learn from the mistakes that others were made. So I give the population the assurance that the replacement notes for the existing notes in circulation are available and will be available. So we're not going to have that problem. Let me just touch on the India example. It's a convenient point, and I expected it. In India, in 2016, the Prime Minister got up, or the government got up, and announced on the 8th of November, if I remember the date correct, yeah. It was Moody. Correct. 8th of November, as of today, the 8th of November, demonetization. No longer legal tender. So make your way to the bank. First difference. We're not doing that. You're asking about dates, I'll get to that in a short while. But the second point is, and let's be real, India in 2017 had a population of 1.339 billion people. 1.339 billion compared to 1.3 million. Incomparable. So what you then do is you look for a jurisdiction similar to us that has recently gone through this exercise, Mauritius. And Mauritius has a similar composition to Trinidad and Tobago. Population almost identical, but also, and economy to an extent, but also similar to our racial composition or ethnic composition or religious composition, etc. And that is how we went about doing this. So yes, you look at the India, you look at the others Venezuela across the waters, and the others. We are not in a similar position to them. And what they did in India was they took their two largest bills, the 500 and the 1,000, changed it out, introduced a 2,000. We are just focusing on our largest denominator bill. There is absolutely, Madam Speaker, no need for any sense of anxiety, any sense of panic whatsoever. The dates. You cannot come and present the dates today. I can't come and present the dates tomorrow either. The legislation doesn't exist. You can't preempt the legislation. We have to pass the legislation. This thing has to be done very, very carefully, very, very sequentially. Everything, even the announcement yesterday, the governor of the central bank then at 4 o'clock in the afternoon telling the population this is what it would look like. Our job is to come to Parliament and pass legislation. Yes, we want Parliament sitting now, which is why we're all here, we're conscientious, and tomorrow there'll be a short sitting, hopefully, in the Senate. Once the legislation is passed, the administrator and the implementer of this policy decision will then tell the population what is the proposed dates by the bank, meaning the central bank. The central bank has stated at this stage, with the introduction of the new bills, there will be co-circulation. Co-circulation means the existing bills, i.e. the old bills, and the new bills continue to be legal tender, continue to be acceptable for business, for trade, everything, until the date of demonetization. And in the proposed legislation, we call that the appointed date. Let's just turn very briefly to the legislation itself. Simple legislation, but important legislation. All we're doing is we're seeking to insert now a 27A, a new 27A. Because when you look at the existing Central Bank Act, and I draw your attention, and for those who down the road may want to look at the interpretation of legislation, what we the legislators intend, start with Section 21 of the Act. Section 21 of the Central Bank Act talks about Section 21(1), the currency of Trinidad and Tobago are the notes and coins issued by the bank under this act. So at the outset, it is telling us, and we all know it in here, that the central bank is the one who will issue the notes. Then at subsection 2, it talks about, the bank has the sole right, this is the central bank, to issue notes and coins in Trinidad and Tobago. Such notes and coins are legal tender. Right? And then it goes on. But when you go to Section 27, the existing Section 27, Section 27(1), the bank, with the approval of the minister, may, on giving 3 months' notice, publish in the Gazette, call in any of its coins, notes, and it goes on. That 3-month period is the current existing law that says within 3 months, once you give 3 months' notice, you can demonetize. Yes. This is an exercise that the government took a decision on based on national security issues. The national security issues are to combat and to fight those engaged in illegal activity, the drug dealers, the ones engaged in human trafficking. Let's not bury our head in the sand. You could ask Couva North. Couva North has stated publicly that there is criminal activity going on in the constituency. We all know it. We all know the bars, the clubs, you call it the rum shop. I'm not referring to the rum shops. We all know the bars and the clubs and the others that now are engaging in human trafficking and illegal prostitution and the use and abuse of women. The men going in there using credit cards, they're using checks, they're not using that type of thing. It is a cash economy. The real ones behind organized crime are dealing in cash. They're hoarding the cash, they're storing the cash to then use that to further the illicit activity. So today, with the passage of this, we shorten and compress the time to a minimum of 14 days. And as we go through the legislation, you will see where there are safeguards and protection. So the legitimate questions were asked. What about people who, for example, and I've gotten the questions asked, they reside outside of Trinidad and Tobago, but annually they come. We all have them, family members who would come for summer, those who would come for carnival, etc. But they have their TT cash. What do they do with their $100 bills now? is provided for here. And we will deal with that. The central bank will publish as we have planned. They've sat down carefully and planned for these instances. A person who's ill, a person who's unable to get to the bank within that period of time. Categories of people will be identified, and the provisions are here in this amendment to cater for the unexpected instances and the expected, because as we can stand here now and talk about persons who are outside coming back in, walking with their money. So they come in for Carnival next year, they come in for Christmas next year, whenever it is. Right? What people? We deal with them differently. All right? So what we're doing is we're coming here with an amendment to deal with and to give the ability, because the legal advice was you don't go under the existing 27. Make sure that we close those issues. Make sure and deal with the specific. Give the express power to demonetize. And that is all that 27 is. Try and provide for the safeguards, that the bank has to consult with the minister has to give the order, and if it is felt that the date, the appointed date, is not a sufficient one, as the legislation currently is, it doesn't provide for the opportunity to extend the date. What we're proposing here does, because again, in life they're unplanned, unforced, and these types of things you have to be able to prepare for, but you don't know what is coming. And that is what the legislation is here about. So 27A1, in addition to the powers of the bank under Section 27, the minister may direct the bank to cancel any note issued by it giving not less than 14 days. So it's not less than 14. So you can't do it willy-nilly overnight and disrupt the whole place. But the notice must be published giving the date of cancellation. 2, subsection 2. On or from the appointed date, the specified notes shall cease to be the currency of or be legal tender. Because when you're conducting these types of exercises, which is going after illegal and corrupt activity, and you want to demonetize, make it express. So no one can come and argue afterwards, well, I could still use my old $100 bill. No, we're saying very clearly, so anyone looking at it, know that from the appointed date, you can't use it anymore. So go to the bank, change it out. The central bank will give the instructions to the banking community as to how it can be. We have identified different categories that people fall into, meaning there are some who are massive cash businesses. There are some of us and some of the pensioners, etc., will have smaller amounts. There's some who may have in-between amounts. But once you're law-abiding, you just go, you explain. It exists now. All of us in here are subject to PEP. We're all politically exposed people. So go now and try to deposit at $200. You have to fill out a form. That is how it is. So what we're saying is, in the second part of this legislation I'll come to, give us the opportunity to look at the 90,000, to either increase it or to reduce it. It's not going to be secret, because you have to tell the world. And all it means now is explain your money. Fill out a source of funds. Say where the $10,000 came from, and you're good to go. But don't underestimate our banking system. They already know. The doctor that comes, because every month for the last 20 years of his or her life, they've been depositing X amount of money. That is the KYC, know your customer. It exists in the banking system. No need for panic. Subsection 3, the bank shall redeem at face value. So we're making sure that people understand, and the central bank, and we all understand, your $100, you're getting $100. The value of your $100 old note, you're getting a new value, a new note at the same value, $100. Subsection 4, the bank shall redeem at face value any of the specified notes that are presented within the period of 3 months after the appointed date. So this is the section that captures the categories of people we were just discussing. So after the appointed date expires, there's an automatic 3-month period, according to this legislation, to start, so it protects anybody who falls out of the period. And that resulted, so you couldn't put in your money or change your money, present your notes for redemption prior to the appointed date, and that resulted from circumstances beyond the control of the true owner of the notes, or that there was some other good or sufficient reason for the failure. We don't stop there, but we provide for it expressly in the law to ensure that people are protected. Subsection 5, the minister may by order extend either of the dates, extend the dates of period in subsections 1 and 4. Subsection 1 is the original date, the original appointed date, that's the demonetization date. So it's not a drop dead. At the end of the day, we will have the ability to extend as you see how things are going. But, and I warn the population, don't think it will be exercised, because understand this exercise, it will be exercised at discretion, because understand the purpose of this is we're going after those engaged in criminal and corrupt activity. You don't want them to fall in. You're hearing it all. You're seeing it everywhere. I'm being messaged. You're seeing it on social media. Everybody's speculating. Well, they'll find the loophole. They'll do this. They'll do that. Again, don't think that people are stupid, especially the law enforcement and those in charge. Has nothing to do with us. Our job is to pass the legislation. The government has done its part. This is a policy. Central bank implement. Other people, you have your jobs to do. So the minister can extend either of those two dates. And minister, of course, would mean, as the Constitution states, the cabinet. So it's not the Minister of Finance wake up one morning and just decide to do something. It has to be a cabinet decision, Madam Speaker. Subsection 6, the bank, with the approval of the minister, may prescribe such conditions. And that is what will capture it. So they will spell out us, these are the conditions, these are the areas, this is how to deal with it. Subsection 7, and well, 8 is the definition. That, in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, is a simple amendment being made, but the effective amendment, and one that we've ensured protects the rights of every law-abiding citizen. We didn't try to go under, well, let's just scratch 3 months, bring it to minimum. No. We sought advice, and we were told, make sure you have protection. Make sure you have express provision of the powers to do what it is you want the central bank to be able to do. Then the Proceeds of Crime Act is being amended. That falls to the Minister of National Security. That will be published. People will know. I was trying to remember, and I was asking the Attorney General. I think my recollection when that legislation came in, it was something like $45,000. So once you went into the bank to deposit over $45,000, including by check, you have to fill out a source of funds. Right? Correct. And then it went up to 60, and then it's 90. So give us the opportunity to look at it, especially with this type of legislation, and to be reasonable and to bring it to whatever level it needs to be, to fit in, to marry with what we're trying to achieve. Just very briefly, Madam Speaker, some of the issues that have been raised in the public domain that deserve to be addressed, raised by my friends here. Timing. Timing would never be convenient. People talk about Christmas now. I guarantee if you went, they would then talk about Carnival, people coming for Carnival. After that is Easter. After that is, well, summer vacation, etc. You just have to take a decisive decision, make sure you protect people's rights, and just do it. And that is what we're doing. Inconvenience. Yes, there will be inconvenience. It by definition is going to be inconvenient for persons. Apologize for that up front. But the greater good outweighs the inconvenience. Understand the real people that we're going after. None of the law-abiding citizens, those who want to engage in the criminal activity, they deserve to have to deal with this type of measure and the implementation. Whenever the state and law enforcement implement measures and their operations to tackle crime, there will always be some level of inconvenience. But we say this is for the betterment of society. It was interesting as it was announced yesterday, and people start to comment and people start to write and people start to message and communicate. A large part of the business community, and I wouldn't talk about water cooler talk that may have taken place. My colleague has already done that. But a large part of the business community actually believes that this measure at this time will provide a stimulation of the economy. And by definition, it will. Because persons who want to spend now their cash and get it out, they will now push it into the economy. I just put that on the table. When you look at the same India example, and you look at the benefits and the disadvantages, it tells you about that being one of the benefits. And we go straight to benefits. This is an effective way to curb black money economy, corruption, and counterfeiting. It will completely deal with the counterfeiting issues that we're dealing with right now. All law-abiding citizens, Madam Speaker, who are not involved in malpractice will welcome and have begun to welcome this as a good move. It forces unaccounted cash into an accountable system. And there's a big part of it. What we've been talking about and discussing, and from the national security perspective, is all of that unaccountable cash out there. And you see it, you see the viral videos. But we also know it exists, and the evidence is when we do the raids, when they make the pickups. You could also assist in having citizens open bank accounts and depositing their money. That's a safety issue as well. It also, the banks see this as a step towards a cashless society. Banks all over the world want to go that way, whether we want to or not. But it does provide some impetus towards that. So what I say, Madam Speaker, is for every law-abiding citizen, this is a simple exchange. Bring in your old notes, get your new notes. Government has been planning, including with our security services.
Member for Port Esprit North, St. Anne's West, your original speaking time is now spent. You have 15 minutes to wind up your presentation.
Right? So we will provide the support that we can. We've met and spoken to the bank security personnel as well, and we have an awareness around that. This will be implemented and is to be implemented by the central bank and administered. We've taken a policy decision. We're coming here for the passage of this act. It's then up to them to implement it and make sure it's properly implemented. Money remains in core circulation until it's demonetized. The central bank will tell us when that will be. Madam Speaker, with those words, I hope and I trust that I've provided another level of clarity as to why this government decision was taken, and we look forward to the support of all, and in particular all of the law-abiding citizens, because that's our job. Our job here, as I've said before, as the legislators, is to pass legislation to support a lawful society. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for San Fernando West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't propose to be too long. I just propose to supplement some of what my learned colleagues have said and to address a few very important issues that are in the public domain. Madam President, Madam Speaker, forgive me, Madam Speaker, the demonetization has been put into the context of what is required here today. The amendment to the Central Bank Act, the member for Chaguanas West asked why was there, forgive me if it was Pointe-a-Pierre or Chaguanas West, perhaps it was Pointe-a-Pierre, said that this was something which was going to erode the powers of the central bank under Section 27. I believe it was Pointe-a-Pierre. And I'd just like to correct that, please, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Central Bank Act is being proposed to be amended because we're ultimately dealing with the entity that can treat with the issuance of money, the demonetization of money, the call-in of money and replacement, the general management. Sections 21 onward of the Central Bank Act is where we have the power for the central bank to actually issue money and coins. Section 27 of the Central Bank Act is a very limited section. That section allows for call-in of money. It is a call-in and management of money in a very unique context. That call-in and management of money is that the bank may, with approval of minister, give 3 months' notice, call in any of its notes on payment of face value, any such notes, etc., on expiration cease to be legal tender. This law, as we propose to be amended by the insertion of a Section 27A, is something which is beyond that power. Our bill specifically, and it's important to speak to this because I want to address the constitutionality of the law. It's something that we haven't yet touched upon, but it's imperative to put upon the record. The power that we offer the central bank in Section 27A is a different power. It is in addition to the power in Section 27. It's that power to effectively cause a cancellation, a demonetizing, as they call it, of the legitimate currency. And, Madam Speaker, very importantly, it preserves the value of the property in special circumstances where the procedure is to be prescribed. Now, I've said it that way because I want to put the issue of constitutionality on the record, because other jurisdictions have seen challenges to the constitutionality of laws such like this. If you look in particular to the experience in India, where there have been 3 demonetization cycles, there was significant challenge in the Indian courts. Number one, it is axiomatic that money is property. It is also axiomatic that if you're seeking to treat with the removal of money, that you're going to treat with equality of treatment. Therefore, the constitutional parameters which jump out at us are sections 4A, 4C, 4B, and 4D. 4A, 4B, 4D. 4A is your right to property. 4B effectively is your equality of treatment, and 4D is your treatment, again, equality as to how you manage it in the other context of the forum where you are treated. Madam Speaker, therefore, it is going to be said that this law trips fundamental rights. And somebody out there is going to ask the question as to whether we need a 3/5 majority to actually cause this law to come into existence. And let me address that. It's important to put it on the record. The issue of proportionality in this law is, first of all, to be grounded on whether every Section 4 right of the Constitution, enshrined right, needs to be derogated from or managed downward, affected by a Section 13 or 3/5 majority treatment. It is now simple law that not every Section 4 and 5 right needs to be treated with a Section 13 majority. That has been set out in the very famous case of Surat, in lots of local judgments, which have reaffirmed that position effectively, Baroness Hale's dicta. Second point, the legitimacy of this law is to be found in its legitimate aim. And the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, set out the legitimacy of the aim. It is to treat with national security. Let me add further that the legitimate aim is to be found in Trinidad and Tobago's assessment, because Chaguanas West asked for data, and I'm bound to put the data on the record. In putting the data as to whether there is a risk, what is the national security risk, I must put on the record that information which comes from the Financial Intelligence Unit. The first thing that I need to put on the record, Madam President, is that, Madam Speaker, forgive me, I was in the Senate just 2 days ago. Madam Speaker, the first thing that I must put on the record is that we have a suite of laws that treat with the scourge of illicit money, corruption, money laundering, terrorist financing, proliferation financing. That is to be found Proceeds of Crime Act, Anti-Terrorism Act, Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Financial Obligations Regulations, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Regulations, and the Financial Obligations Financing of Terrorism Regulations 2011. Those 6 pieces of law, Madam Speaker, have allowed us to capture data. And Chaguanas West asked for the data, and I want to specifically, for the purposes of Hansard and for challenge, put out the FIU annual report of 2017, in particular at page 21, and I'd also like to put out the FIU report of 2018, its annual report, to be found at pages 22 and 23. In treating with these 2 things, let me put on record. The 2017 report demonstrates that there were total number of suspicious transaction reports, suspicious activity reports, 877. And that 877 represented, Madam Speaker, $14 billion odd, nearly $15 billion in the banking sector alone. There was another $7 billion in the insurance sector, $44 million in the investment companies, $12 million in the cooperative societies, $18 million in money transfer services like Western Union and Grace Kennedy. And Madam Speaker, that is to also be found across the template in everything from banking, money laundering, seen in jewelers, motor vehicle sales, national lotteries, real estate, private members clubs. For the benefit of Hansard as well, let me put on record that the 2018 annual report demonstrates $22.5 billion in suspicious transactions and suspicious activities. Let me repeat that. $22.5 billion. In motor vehicle sales, 12 million. In money transfer services, 10 million. Attorneys at law, $142 million. In national lotteries, 1 million odd. In private members clubs, 147 million, etc. When we look at the management of these suspicious transactions, we hit that first point of, is there a legitimate aim in this law? The legitimate aim is to be found here. Madam Speaker, I heard a public commentator allege that this is a good law, but allege that Trinidad and Tobago has had no examples of success when we treat with the scourge of money laundering. On the radio, very bold, very loud, sounding as if this person knew everything. Yes, this government hasn't treated with the scourge of corruption and money laundering. Trinidad and Tobago has had laws since 2009. The person said that person was there when those laws came in. And then the person went on to make the assertion, the very bold assertion, that there was absolutely no matters before the court or convictions. Madam Speaker, a man said not a single one. I want to tell you, in the period 2015 to 2019, under our tenure, 66 persons charged for money laundering, 1,416 charges for money laundering, 4 pleadings guilt, 4 identified as being beneficial owners of companies used in commissions of fraud offenses. 1,416 charges were a resultant value of $59.7 million of worth of charges and $1.3 million worth of US dollars in charges. Madam Speaker, it is astounding that people can just step forward and say that nothing has been done. So the legitimate aim, the first limb of proportionality, we are treating with money laundering, corruption, the financing of terrorism, and the fact that we have seen as a result of improved intelligence in the SSA, improved activity by the Commissioner of Police, vigorous national security work, the Financial Intelligence Unit having been supplemented by the Ministry of Finance, the Attorney General's Office having implemented umpteen laws and birthed the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee as a creature of law where the AG manages that aspect, we can tell you that there is legitimate aim and there is certain statistical information. Trafficking in persons, prostitution of minors, corruption in land, etc. Now, Madam Speaker, Shagwanas West was very correct. Shagwanas West said, look, he didn't think that treating with demonetization, changing out the $100 bill was something that could just do it. And he went to different jurisdictions. Madam Speaker, I'm somewhat astounded that my colleague would say that, but perhaps he's forgotten the last 4 years of work that we put in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, let me put it on record right now. We have, as a government, certainly not put our eggs in one basket. The Minister of National Security said that a decision was taken at Cabinet this week. I'd like to say a decision was taken over 2 years ago by the head of the National Security Council, the Honorable Prime Minister, to put this into effect. The Minister of National Security has said today and informed the public that we have avoided some of the mistakes made in India, for instance, where they announced the demonetization and did not have the cash in hand to replace it. We obviously are in a position where we have the cash on hand. In other words then, the head of the National Security Council, the Honorable Prime Minister, ensured that this mechanism was worked out over 2 years. But I want to put it in context for Shagwanas West. Madam Speaker, we have sought to put our eggs in the following baskets. We have treated with laws to manage all of the areas where you can put illicit financing: land, companies, and cash. Land, Madam Speaker. We did, of course, the entire land package. We did the 4 laws, the Registration of Title to Land Act, the Land Adjudication Act, the amendments to the Land Tribunal, the position of the state lands position. In relation to land, we have 2 more bills to come forward in a matter of a week. That is the Real Estate Agents Bill and the Registration of Deeds and Miscellaneous Provisions legislation. Madam Speaker, perhaps my friend Chaguanas West does not yet remember the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, the amendments to the Companies Act to treat with beneficial ownership, the amendments to introduce non-profit organization management, the amendments to treat with cash as we dealt with the financial obligation regulations. My friend perhaps does not also remember that we went and we removed bearer share certificates, beneficial ownership in 2 different ways under the securities legislation. You see, Madam Speaker, we did those laws to capture land, cash, and companies so that we can get all of the areas where corruption can be fed into. So we are certainly not putting our basket to catch one aspect of it alone. It's a broad section approach. Madam Speaker, that is to be layered by the mechanisms that we have used to catch the illicit crime. Obviously, the civil asset forfeiture, explain your wealth legislation. Obviously, the criminal offenses that we have brought in apply on that. We have done with that in the anti-gang legislation as well. Second limb of proportionality. Is this measure rationally connected to that legitimate aim? Obviously, targeting the money in the fashion that we do to remove the highest note of currency is rationally connected. The third limb of proportionality, do we go any further than we ought to go? Have we been excessive? In traversing the elements of proportionality, I will say this. Number 1, we say, as the Honorable Minister of National Security said, we are demonetizing. There will be a date after which this is no longer legal currency. Number 2, we provide for the exchange on face value, meaning $100 is $100. Number 3, we provide for the exceptions to the rule. You are out of the country, you are sick, you have legitimate cause, you knock on the door of the bank, which is the central bank. Madam Speaker, let me put this on the record. There are 80 million $100 notes in circulation. Let me repeat that. 80 million notes in circulation. That translates to $8 billion in circulation. That is to be found, Madam Speaker, not in just people's mattresses, not in their hands, but in the following places. Number 1, there are, of course, list of banks. Trinidad and Tobago has 8 banks. Bank of Baroda, Trinidad and Tobago Limited. Citibank, Trinidad and Tobago Limited. First Caribbean International Bank, Trinidad and Tobago Limited. First Citizens Bank Limited. JMMB Bank, Trinidad and Tobago Limited. RBC Royal Bank, Trinidad and Tobago Limited. Republic Bank, Scotia Bank, Trinidad and Tobago Limited. It is to be found in 16 non-banks. Answer Merchant, Caribbean Finance, Citicorp, Development Finance Limited, Fidelity Finance, FCB Depository Services, First Citizens Trustees, Guardian Group, JMMB, Express Finance, Island Finance, Massey Finance, NCB Global, RBC Investment, RBC Merchant, RBC Trust, Scotiabank. It is to also be found, Madam Speaker, in money value transfer services. There are 10 of them in current active position. Chad and Geller, Earthpoint, Grace Kennedy, Kingdom Brothers, La Parcan, Massey, Pennywise, Think Mobile, Unilog, WePay. That is to be found also in 120 credit unions. So, we know the list. We understand this. You have, I wouldn't do like my friend, the Honorable Tim Gopi Singh, member for Caroni East. I wouldn't call him out, because in his list, some are fabricated and mine are all real. But Madam Speaker, what I can say, across those hundreds of entities, obviously, the $8 billion, a large part, if not most of it, is in there. So let's take away the fear and concern. Obviously, The easiest path is to go and take the money which is here, go to these financial institutions, non-banks, money transfer services, and credit unions, replace the billions of dollars that they will have there, and then what we're looking for is the rest of it that is in the public hand. Madam Speaker, that therefore takes away the large chunk of fare in this equation. Obviously, the position is now left, and legitimately so the concern has been expressed, can you manage the flow? The Minister of National Security has already said that the central bank will be managing this flow. We have applied the exceptions to the rule. We have mapped out the logistics inside of the equation, Madam Speaker, and therefore it is imperative for us to say, in answer to that question, yes, it is to be managed carefully. Yes, we expect it to go well. Do we think that there won't be hiccups? Obviously not. That's why you'll see in this bill the ability for the Minister of Finance in feeding the proportionality of this bill to amend the time frame in 27A1 and 27A3 into such further time as may be necessary. Madam Speaker, that in essence treats with the proportionality argument, the constitutional argument. All that is left to be said right now, Madam Speaker, is that I want to remind Trinidad and Tobago is the first country in the world, one of the first countries in the world to have undergone our fourth round mutual evaluation in the Financial Action Task Force. We were the first in the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. We failed dismally in 2015. We were put into the international review grouping in the ICRG process in FATF and in the enhanced follow-up in CFATF. We are going to be examined by the FATF in person on the 6th and 7th of January. They are coming to Trinidad and Tobago. They are going to attend upon us. They're going to interview our institutions, and they are going to check whether we have done what we have done. Madam Speaker, I can tell you now, without breaching the rules, we have done exceptionally well on our progress. Trinidad and Tobago has come in for tremendous praise for the work that we have done. We are being hailed as a country where tackling crime and corruption has been approached right. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that there are certain landmark judgments which will be delivered shortly in relation to some of the work that we have done. I can't go too far into that just yet, but what I can tell you, Madam Speaker, is that it is by no mistake that we amended 23 pieces of law to actually take ourselves to where we want to get to. 23 pieces of law which take us across all of the matters which coincide with this bill. This particular legislation, Madam Speaker, is one of the last pieces of the puzzle in creating this matrix, in managing to take the profit out of crime. We are doing what other countries have done well. Last point that I'll make. The recommendation for the establishment of the limits, because we propose amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act and also for the FORs, the Financial Obligation Regulations. The Proceeds of Crime Act says that large transactions are established at $90,000 or such other sum as may be effectively prescribed. What we have done is we have eliminated the $90,000, leaving the tail end of it. It was always allowed to be amended because, Madam Speaker, other jurisdictions have different limits. I'd like to just simply say this. In the United Kingdom, every single transaction which is over 1,000 euro, 1,000 euro effectively, Madam Speaker, is about 7,000 TT dollars. Everybody with $7,000 has to do a declaration. All politically exposed people have to do declarations. I'll confess now, my own child at university, in her first time, cannot open a bank account in the United Kingdom because her father's a politically exposed person and Trinidad and Tobago is on the FATF listing. I am personally affected by that. She, therefore, cannot even get a telephone because you have to have a bank phone, a bank account to get a telephone. This thing is not just any and everybody. All of us are in this particular basket. What I can tell you, Madam Speaker, in relation to the FOR limits, the POCA limits, the proceeds of crime limits. There are different limits for different categories. Perhaps my friends don't know, if you are in a private members club, a casino effectively, the limit is $18,000. If you are in a one-off transaction for wire transfers of monies at Grace Kennedy, etc., the limit is $6,000. If you are treating with life insurance, annual premiums, $6,000. If you're dealing with single premiums, $15,000. So the financial obligation regulations, and those are to be found in sections 11.1a and 14.1d of those FORs, there are different limits for different quantities. What I can tell you, Madam Speaker, is that this is a time for all of us to want to get it done. One of the consequences, I think Minister Young put it carefully, the Minister of National Security, is that obviously those who are sitting on large quantities of cash will have to spend or bring in their cash. If they are going to spend that cash, it is obvious that we're about to see an uptick in the economy. It is obvious that the Minister of National Security and the security agencies will blanket Trinidad and Tobago, as they do, in ensuring that there is safety and law and order in this exercise. We should celebrate this decision. If there are hiccups along the way, we should try to iron them out. And having put the constitutional measures in place on this record, Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to contribute.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank honourable members for allowing us to conclude this debate at a reasonable time. Madam Speaker, I would just like to put into the record some findings of a commission of inquiry into drug trafficking dated July 2018, and this was in the island of Mauritius, which the member for Port of Spain North and St. Anne's West has referred to. And what was interesting in the report of the Commission of Inquiry on Drug Trafficking, July 2018, in the island of Mauritius, this is what the Commission had to say. Since notorious drug traffickers are known to have amassed a fortune and are being looked after by their accomplices or members of their family who are instructed to pay counsel, purchase property, movables or immovables, the only way is to hit at their pockets. And this is a recommendation I want to repeat of a Commission of Inquiry on Drug Trafficking in Mauritius. The Commission recommends the government seriously consider to issue a new generation of banknotes in replacement of the current series, especially those of high denomination. So one of the findings of a Commission of Inquiry on Drug Trafficking in Mauritius just a year and a half ago was that one of the ways that you hit drug traffickers in their pocket is that you issue a new series of banknotes. I can also tell you, Madam Speaker, that in Mauritius, there has been demonetization on a number of occasions. The government of Mauritius in the year 1998 completely changed its currency. No, it did not change its currency because of, at that time, a desire to deal with dirty money. It changed its currency because there was a misprint with respect to the Tamil script on the banknote. So the matter actually went to court. It's very curious. In 1998, in Mauritius, some persons took the government to court with respect to the banknote because of the way the Tamil script was printed on the banknote. There were objections. And the court ordered the government to change the entire family of notes. So they changed all. And what I can read to you what happened in Mauritius in 1998. In 1998, in Mauritius, and I'm reading from the Mauritius Times, and this is an article December 26, 2016, so it's not too long ago. In 1998 in Mauritius, the entire banknote issue of the country had to be replaced within a given time frame agreed in court, the replacement having been occasioned by the unfortunate hierarchical displacement of the Tamil script appearing on the banknotes in the previous set. Given the agreed time frame for replacement of the to-be demonetized banknotes, the Bank of Mauritius actively caused the new replacement banknotes to be printed well in time and in quantities enough to replace the entire previous banknotes in circulation before the actual banknote exchange began. The changeover was smooth and effective. There were no adverse economic repercussions. The only problem, which reflects the classic reaction of certain members of the Mauritius population, was the last-minute turnout at commercial banks by numerous persons nearer to the day fixed for the final redemption of the impugned banknote issue, despite many communiques having already informed the public of the deadline. But everybody was finally served. So in Mauritius in 1998, not for reasons to go after dirty money, they changed all their banknotes. And what Mauritius did, and I want to commend the persons who have been involved in this exercise, learning from the mistakes made by other countries. One of the problems in other countries, India in particular, is they simply didn't have enough banknotes. Yeah, they were printing as they went along, quite correct. But what has been done on this occasion is that the banknotes have been printed and are ready for distribution. So that problem of when you go to do this, you just simply don't have enough cash, that has been dealt with. Insufficiency of new banknotes, that has been addressed. Learning from the mistakes made in other countries. Yes, more than enough, more than adequate. So this has been well planned, as I said. So we made sure that the new notes were designed, printed, and ready for the changeover. Okay? So that is to deal with the problem that occurred in India. What I might also say, Madam Speaker, just piggybacking on some issues raised by the Attorney General, there were some challenges to this in India, in the courts, but the challenges did not succeed. You know, the Supreme Court of India did not agree that the changeover should be stopped. And as the member for Port Elizabeth North has reminded me, our legislation takes into account all of the potential issues that could be raised. For example, in this bill, we have put in the ability in 27A5 of the minister, in this particular case is the Minister of Finance, the minister may by order extend the date or period in subsections 1 and 4 in any class or class of cases where he considered it appropriate to do so. So whereas we are moving on a timeline, and we are going to make our best effort to get this done within the timeline, if for some reason or another the date has to be extended, it will be. But I can assure you that the plan is now to achieve the objective within the specified time frame, which will become known in due course, not today. And the other safeguard that is in here to deal with a potential legal challenge is that the bank shall redeem at face value any of the specified notes that are presented within the period of 3 months after the appointed date, if it, the bank, is satisfied that the failure to present the notes for redemption prior to the appointed date resulted from circumstances beyond the control of the true owner of the notes, or that there was some good or sufficient reason for the failure. But we're not leaving it up to chance. That is why we have 27A6, that the bank, with the approval of the minister, may prescribe such conditions and procedures as it considers appropriate for the redemption of specified notes in accordance with subsections 3 and 4. And coming back to 5, we have given ourselves the ability not just to extend the date for cancellation, but also the period of redemption. So we've given us the flexibility to extend the date of cancellation, and if after that you get a redemption and there are issues, then we have given ourselves the flexibility to extend that date. And that should deal with most of the legal challenges that may arise. So, Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, it is not possible to indicate what the notice date would be at this time. It is not possible to indicate what the appointed day would be at this time. And it is not possible to indicate what the new limits would be, if there are going to be any, at this time. And I thank honourable members for their support, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, and the Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902, be now read a second time. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, and the Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 681, I beg to move that the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, and Central Bank Bill 2019 be committed to a committee of the whole.
Honourable members, the question is that the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, and Central Bank Bill 2019 be committed to the committee of the whole. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 to 4.
The question is that clauses 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 4 now stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is now suspended. The House will resume. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to report that the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, and Central Bank Bill 2019 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with this report from the committee.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, and Central Bank Act 2019. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, and the Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902, be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, and the Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902, be forthwith read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Imbe,
Yes.
Dr. Rowley,
Yes.
Mr. Alwari,
Aye.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mrs. Robinson-Ritchie,
Aye.
Mr. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell,
Aye.
Ms. Kudrow,
Aye.
Mr. Garcia,
Aye.
Mrs. Critchlow Coburn,
Aye.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly,
Aye.
Dr. Francis,
Yes.
Mrs. Jennings Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Oliver,
Yes.
Mr. Leon,
Yes.
Mr. Antoine,
Yes.
Mr. Coffey,
Yes.
Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Charles,
Yes.
Dr. Ramachan,
Yes.
Mr. Karam,
Yes.
Dr. Munilal,
Yes. Should have been more draconian.
Dr. Gopi Singh,
Yes.
Mrs. Gardine Gopi Singh,
Yes.
Mr. Indar Singh,
Yes.
Dr. Khan,
Yes.
Ms. Ramdial,
Yes.
Mr. Singh,
Yes.
Speaker, the results of the decision is as follows: 31 members voting for, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Members on a division, 31 members voted for. There were no votes against, and there were no abstentions. The motion is carried.
Titled an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, and the Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 12th? The 11th day of December 2019. On that day, we will do an act to provide for the regulatory control of the handling of cannabis for certain purposes, the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Licensing Authority and connected matters, and a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Dangerous Drugs Act, Chapter 1125, at 1:30, ma'am.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 11th of December, 2019, at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, the 11th of December, 2019, at 1:30 p.m.